Hello. Game is booting up now. How's everyone doing? Okay. That explains why there was no sound. I screwed up and had the audio set to the wrong channel. We should have Cricket in a few minutes. I think he's setting up his shit. And we should be connecting to the RBP audio channel on our... I can only allocate so much RAM space to one thing at a time. I like to give my my games breathing room. All right, it should be over now. There shouldn't be any network errors now. Oh, I have a bottle of Gatorade because what is wrong with me lately? What?
Well, I'm going to go fully live. There we go.
Make sure you update your game first. I don't know what update fixed because it's still the same number.
And get functional.
Get functional.
I'm going to fix the shit. I don't have any of the other rooms or even the surface figured out yet. Cobblestone that is this has an opening here. I need to rethink this, but whatever. What was I about to do? I'm gonna do this.
Minecraft.
Just making that choice.
The sequel to Mein Kampf. It's about Hitler's love for basket weaving. What the hell? It sounds like you're like slamming keys. Is everything okay? Do you have a vengeance against your keyboard?
Flowers. Fungus. I'll let him figure out the rest of these because I don't work on the base today.
We should sleep.
And let me see, tab back in. Oh. Wait.
Is my bed the white one?
Are you speaking?
Okay, hold on.
Oh God, yeah. I can't hear you. I can hear you on your stream, but not here in our call.
Yeah, I know what's wrong. Give me a second. Is that better?
Yes. Okay, now I can fully mute that, so I don't have multiple Minecraft sounds playing at once. Okay.
And Kaz, we are in the chat, so if you ever want to join us, you can come over.
Yep.
Everything on my computer is so loud right now.
Did you change some settings? Was
No,
there an update?
I haven't. There was an update, but I haven't played like anything on my computer in the past few days.
Okay.
Oh God. I just went into hey guys. I just went into the voice chat at the same time as the stream was still running, and then it created this horrible echo effect of like a chorus of hobo.
That's not my
Yeah.
fault. You should
No,
have
Yeah.
I know that
muted.
was my fault. I should have
Ro-
muted it first. I just didn't think of that.
Rotten brains, also known as idiots in stereo.
Probably accurate.
But yeah, this is what I did while you were away. Me and Kazara spent some time fixing up the village.
Hmm.
There's more of a sort of enclosed space down here. I dug this out more.
See that? You did your fucking snowman thing.
Yeah, I did. Frankly,
Us.
it means infinite snow.
I get that. Oh, storage.
It's not perfect. I expect this to end up being completely redone at some point. I know I want to have the
Fungus
default.
box. I
Yeah,
love that.
fungus.
Fungus box.
There's a
Supporting our
fungus.
fungus.
There's a fungus among us.
He's a fun guy.
Oh.
God damn it! Why
man.
didn't I say that?
Yeah, I know. That was more of you. I'm like doing
You're
your
turning
duties.
into me.
Jeez.
You've become the very
God,
thing you
no.
swore to destroy. How do you feel?
I never. When did I swear to destroy you?
Never, but I wanted to say that. Anyways,
Fair enough.
He feels inclined to make
pun.
things.
I just
No,
want to
God.
have fun. I just want
No
to.
fun allowed.
No, no fun. No fun,
This
no
is a-
pun.
This
You
is
know-
a no fun zone.
The last time I was actually playing this game, I was listening to the Philip DeFranco podcast where he was interviewing Belle Delphine.
Oh God.
What do you mean?
How
Oh
recently
God.
was that?
That
How
was
recently was that episode?
I think it was the most recent episode.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if it was like one old one or if it was like since their comeback phase now or what it is. I didn't know.
It was a recent
I
one.
don't
Yeah.
listen to this podcast. I haven't watched a Philip DeFranco in literally fucking years, except when you're actually playing the one at your house is literally the only time I watch them now. You always play them.
Yeah, because he has like a reliable
News and
Yeah, it's not annoying.
yeah.
All right.
No, I wasn't complaining. I was just saying I don't really watch his videos except when you play them.
And now to do the thing.
Yeah, do the thing, Cricket. You gotta go kill yourself. Go kill yourself. Oh man.
And now you just need to make sure
Suicide
you
is
don't go down there for the
painless.
next 15 minutes, so it all despawns.
Yeah.
No, boom.
That's why I just went into lava.
Yeah, I was trying to jump all the way down, but it didn't work.
Yeah. You know how dumb I am? I was trying to type. This is how old I am. I was typing in Minecraft game mode game 2, and that was my coding.
Yeah.
And I was like, wait, huh?
I'm gonna just ignore what you're doing and get to work on this.
I'm doing something as retribution.
Retribution.
Retribution for what's to come.
But anyhow, what I was gonna say is you were saying you did a podcast with Belle Delphine. How did that go? Like
It was
what did
really good. They talked about everything from like how she works as a like creative person, how she keeps her personal life and
Okay.
Yeah, separate
public
from what she does.
life, how like different it was going from one extreme to the other, and how her transition from just being haha the sexy girl on the internet to actually doing porn.
Like porn, yeah.
And that was very interesting. That was it was a really cool conversation she had, and how it went from, apparently, like, it all started off like between her and her boyfriend, like a joke, like, oh, we should totally do this, and then it was like, well, why don't we? And it was an interesting look into somebody that we don't get to see very publicly.
Hmm.
um and then just she talks about like her past, and Philip DeFranco is like, yeah, I think we need to find quite a few men from the age from when you were aged 15 and whatnot, because she talks about she was in a relationship with a 27-year-old man at the age of 15.
Oh wow.
Hmm.
And yeah, but she explains like it's weird to her now, obviously, because it's gross, but back then, in the type of community she was part of, which was like the scene community and whatnot, and
Mhm.
emo community and whatnot, that was
Wasn't that
completely
uncommon? Yeah.
yeah, it wasn't that uncommon to have everyone from 16 to uh like 20 dating someone that's almost twice their age.
Okay.
and
Wonder
and
why like that was common in that community. That's kind of like it's interesting.
because she said that there was like all the time, like there was always like guys who were like in their 30s or close to their 30s, always
Mhm.
hanging out at the same clubs and whatnot, wearing the same clothes,
Uh,
and so like
and
in a lot of those kids' minds, it was like, oh man, they're like, they're cool,
like
they're
me, yeah.
mature, yeah. And it meant I'm more mature if I date them, and stuff like that. So
Mhm.
uh yeah, she talks about that, and she also talks about a bit about the financial side of things, and how
Mhm.
like she makes, how much money she makes, and how that money gets used in her daily life. And she also talks about like basically what she wants to do after it, and it's very
That,
interesting.
that actually sounds like a good podcast. I kind of want to go listen to it now.
Yeah, I straight up just chilled out and was knocking shit down for like 2 hours, just listening to the podcast while I was playing this game. Cricket wasn't even on. I was just absentmindedly
Yeah.
knocking shit down, and just doing things on the server. And I don't know. It was just, I haven't done
Mark,
that in
what are you
so
making?
long.
Oh, Mark is here. Hey, Mark.
Oh
Oh,
hey,
hi, Mark.
what am I
Oh,
making?
hi, Mark.
We're
I'm sure we
building
made
our.
it.
Yeah, we've made that joke a ton of times. We're building the server. Right now we're in creative, so this way we can
I
we
don't
can
think he's seen the movie. By the way, I'm not getting that impression.
dude, I don't think he's seen anything. I don't know. The other day he showed his age to me by, I don't remember what it is that he said, but I was like, I felt insulted.
Oh god,
'Cause
seen what? Seen the oh hi Mark thing we say is from a movie called The Room, and it's considered one of the worst movies ever made, and people just watch it to laugh at it.
But the guy who made it,
Thinks it's genius. Yeah, he's a fucking weirdo.
and that's why everybody wants to watch his movie.
Big Shark.
Big Shark is gonna be film of the year. It's gonna be Academy Award nominated or winning film.
The
Mark my
Academy
word.
hates him.
I mean, I'm sure they hate everything.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but they hate him specifically. Like they have a grudge against.
I wonder, you know what? That's probably how
He's seen the movie apparently.
that is
Oh,
probably
okay.
why he can get so much money together. It's just people wanting to stick it to them.
No,
Just
he doesn't finance his movies. We know that. Because
Didn't he has like
if he financed his movies, there'd be a money trail, Cricket,
oh my
and
god.
yeah.
there's no money trail that connects him to anything. It's always out of pocket.
Yeah, it's really we have no idea like where he gets the money.
Yeah, that's what
He
my
spent
next point was.
he spent like considerable amounts of money, at least on The Room, and probably on Big Shark now too. We have no idea where it comes from.
It's his magic vampire powers.
Yeah, who knows? I mean, when you watch The Room, you can tell like it's not like it's bad. Well, it's badly made, but it's not like it's badly made in the way they didn't have money. Like you can tell money was spent on that. Maybe not well, but spent.
Yeah, the money was there. It's just where the money went.
How it was
He-
used and everything about everything. But no, but yeah,
he's
I
a
think-
weirdo.
Oh yeah, and it's interesting how he's backpedaled so much, and the people involved in the movie, like when you watch the, you know how now they say, oh, it's a black comedy, stuff like that. It's a joke. The Room.
Yeah.
When you watch the promotional materials, like when they
It's a
from
serious
before,
movie. Yeah.
yes, they took it very and you could say, oh, maybe they, maybe they did something. They were lying to hype it up to get that effect before, but I don't think so. They really believed this was good.
Somehow he like smitten. I don't want to say seduced because that sounds wrong, but
And plus we know Tommy Wiseau can't kiss.
Can't seduce fucking anyone. You see the sex scenes in that movie.
I wasn't even. I don't.
Navel humping. That's
no,
all navel
Jeez.
humping.
Oh
I
god.
don't want to think about that.
He humps her navel.
That is not the part of the body where it's supposed to go,
I guarantee
Tommy.
that's someone's fetish, but besides the point.
Yeah, the internet exists. Someone made that a fetish. Maybe it's his.
Maybe that's why.
He's actually one of those fetish artists, and he made all of his money by doing that.
That would be fucking genius. That would explain everything. They have a fetish for bad acting and navel humping.
His fetish is making shitty movies.
Yeah, you watched that movie.
Yeah. You like it? Yeah, you like it. The greatest fetish is mom ground pound. Okay, Mark.
Throw that. So throwing mother. What? Okay, this is getting weird, Mark. Again. We don't need to know your fetish, Mark. Come on
Goodbye, Mark.
Mark gets very horny in my chat sometimes, and I don't understand him. Sometimes we
Why?
have to bonk him. Because that's Twitch chat.
Well, because he's a teenager. That's what he does. I think he's a teenager, right?
Yeah. Cricket just judging everyone from his high fucking castle of morality.
His high castle of non-horniness. And then disappears. Sorry, the horny just comes and then disappears.
Isn't that how it's supposed to work?
Cricket's better than all of us.
Oh yeah, he's the pure one. He's the Puritan. He's the sacred fucking holy
keep calling me a Puritan, but I am not.
You're not a Puritan. You're just pure.
You're just pure. Yeah. You don't have
Puritan
horny.
implies like you want to enforce people, like things against people.
Yeah, you don't enforce it. You just look down upon them.
I'm just like, no. I've seen enough to know where this goes.
Now I've conquered these desires. I am above that. I am the Buddha himself.
I have conquered the temptations of men.
Men.
The temptations of men no longer satisfy my quench.
The six-pack abs.
I demand
muscular men no longer.
I must make bonkles. That is how.
That is how you assuage the horny. I like how I shared that meme, the angry Bionicle thing, and you guys knew what Bionicle it was and were like giving me lore. Like that's not the response. I should have expected that response.
Yeah, you should have expected.
Yeah, you really should have. Since
I spent even longer explaining.
I'm just like, oh look, funny meme, and you guys like, this is not compatible with the lore or whatever the fuck.
No, it was less that and more of like I actually really like that character, and so does 90% of the Bionicle community.
It's literally just a deep sea fish that gets touched by a magic mask and turns into a giant and gets opposable thumbs.
I don't know, man. Sounds pretty dumb.
In the trailer, he yells, "Holy Gadunka!" And that's
Yeah.
like literally what I remember.
I think it was supposed to be. It was either Kuki or Nuparu who said it. The brown one or the yellow one. Oh, sorry,
Brown
the yellow one or the black
Predator.
one.
It was
They changed it.
It was black, yeah, because he had the Predator head.
Brown didn't sell apparently, so.
Remember that time we went to the Ren Fair, and I think it was the way back, I think it was the way back, or the way there. I think it was the way back. You guys were telling me about Transformers lore.
God.
Yeah.
You remember that?
Yeah.
What about it?
That whole time, I was literally like 90% of the time you were telling me that lore, like 10% in, I just started thinking like, shut the fuck up. I do not care about fucking Transformers lore.
Too bad you're in this mess now.
Yeah,
No, I'm not
you
trying to be mean, but you guys are just talking about it, Like I gave 0 fucks.
You done open to the fucking floodgates.
That day, though, I just remember you guys were talking for like half an hour, and I'm just like, dude, is this what I do to other people?
That was straight up longer than half an hour.
That is straight up.
Yeah, that was. I probably repressed some of it.
Hey, Mark said, hey, he can talk for 5 hours about the bionic, about the Transformers lore.
Because I can't. I can't. Yeah, I can't talk.
I'm always misreading shit, man. It has been a bad fucking few weeks. I have literally not.
I know your pain. Trust me. Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. It was probably a little more closer to an hour than a half hour. You guys were talking about fucking Transformers.
Yeah, it had to be because
that's how long it takes.
And then like later, I told my mom about that story, and I said, "So, Mom, is that like what I do to you and everyone else?" And she's just like, "Yeah, you do. That's what you do."
That's great. Your mom's like, yeah,
yeah, all the fucking time, every day.
Yeah, she's like pretty fucking annoying, isn't it?
How does it feel?
I do that shit like all the time, and I feel bad sometimes. But then other times I'm just like, well, and then other times I'm just like, you know what? I really don't feel bad because I don't give a fuck what they think.
I just want to talk about this. I do that.
Yeah, I want to talk about this. So shut the fuck up and listen.
I'll just keep talking about it to myself if you don't listen. No,
yeah, I'll make a podcast and fucking just talk about this for 6 hours.
7 million views overnight.
Yeah, that's the power of the internet. Is like you can find the other people who are into this weird thing, and in this specific way you're into it, and then you got it. You got your audience. But at the same time,
make a podcast about milk.
Oh god, yeah, it probably exists. You know, it's probably fetish too. probably some weird fetish thing.
It's probably fetish related.
Probably, I mean, even if it doesn't market itself as that, or if it doesn't like do it noticeably, like that's why the guy is doing it deep down. You know what I mean? Like making the milk podcast.
We all know about the Nickelodeon foot thing, right?
Dan Schneider, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yes, okay. I thought you meant like some internet thing.
No.
No, Dan Schneider.
You know what video I was actually watching the other day, and it relates to this, is the Justin Wang video about the anime bath scene wiki.
Oh yeah.
That person is like admirable, but also insane.
Oh yeah, you have to be.
Like he's fucking crazy. Not Justin Wang, the girl actually. Now that I think about it, who makes that wiki. Like first of all, definitely has autism. Absolutely, no question in my mind. To be that methodical and detailed about something you don't actually have to do, yeah.
Was that ever in question? Like,
oh no, but like definitely, like, oh yeah. But have you seen the video I'm talking about?
Yes, I've seen every like video he's ever made. Even the ones I regret clicking on.
I don't regret any of his videos; they're fantastic. But what I'm saying is that, like, when the level of detail, like, where they cross-reference and catalog, like, I'm like, that's some scholarship. Really, that's the only word for it, is scholarship.
Yeah.
on anime bath scene. It's pretty impressive.
You
Cricket,
know-
do you know what we're talking about?
No.
Do you want
So
to know?
I feel like I'm gonna find out anyway, so let's
yeah,
hear
you're
it.
going to. Everything is a fetish, horny man. Yeah, everything is a fetish. So basically, someone created a wiki page that details and inscribes all of the bath scenes in every anime ever.
Huh.
Like hot springs and baths, and she has like, doesn't she have like thousands of entries?
Not only thousands, but like they're all connected through like this tier thing she set up where it's by year, by genre, by uh what else was it? It was like by year, by genre, by animation style.
You can do the character. You can like
Yeah,
yeah.
and it will give you like if you search like Konata from not Konata,
Lucky Star.
and not Konata. I was going
He used
straight for
Kagame in the video. Is that
yeah,
what
I
you're
was
saying?
going for Kagame. Thank you. I don't know why I said
Yeah.
Konata. She's just the first waifu I think of because she's great. Yeah, if you type in her name, it gives you detailed like descriptions of the scenes that she was in and gives you the time stamp of when you could go and watch that episode and go right to the bath scene. So it's a little weird. Yeah, oh god. That woman has too much free time. Yep.
I actually read in the video they said she goes to school and has a job. So like,
Yeah, she said she has a normal life, right?
yeah,
Like
her people in her regular life don't really know very few. She said very few people in her like day-to-day life know
anything about it.
Yeah.
She has she's 5 parallel universes ahead of us.
We're playing checkers and she's playing 4D chess.
But yeah, she has like I remember like the interview that they did with her. She said like she goes to school, she has a job, some completely normal life. Like there's nothing weird about her life at all, other than that one tiny insignificant thing that she does.
1,000 bajillion page wiki.
Yeah, but compared to like your entire life.
True, yeah. Not only that, I know she does every year. She does like a top 10 bath scenes in anime that year too. She's like, which implies she consistently watches huge amounts of anime. Like she doesn't just know the bath scenes. She must watch massive amounts partly with the intention of cataloging the bath. Like that must be a motivation.
I think it's become the motivation because didn't she say in the interview like how originally it was just a thing she did for like kind of a joke? And then it started becoming more and more real.
I don't think so.
If I remember correctly, they have a whole thing where they talk about
I haven't read the whole interview, so you might be right. I just know what he quoted in the Wang video.
That it started out as, it wasn't really a joke, but it was much as like something just to pass the time.
Mm-hmm.
And then just became this real thing that she just kept doing over and over and over again, continuously.
You gotta be careful about what you do with your free time. It might be the thing you didn't expect to become your obsession and internet fame might become that.
Yeah, it's definitely something.
But you know what? I don't think it's a tale of horror. Anybody. Yeah, I don't think it's a tale of horror, and it's not hurting anyone. And in fact,
I just think it's an interesting story. Like,
yeah, in fact, I would consider this one of the most wholesome things to do with the anime community.
Frankly, yeah, it's like this is.
I know in the interview they did talk about how like I know she has a special fixation on clawfoot baths. Remember that?
Yeah.
The ones that starts like up on the claws feet, not just like sitting on the ground.
Yeah,
and she
Victorian
has a whole blog dedicated claw bath.
A separate, yeah, she has a separate blog that's all about clawfoot baths.
I have a very.
Have you seen her YouTube channel? It's a couple videos, and both are of like times she encountered clawfoot baths in real life. One of them in a hotel.
She's like, look how nice this bath. I have no idea what the hell a clawfoot bath is.
Alright, so you know the bathtubs that are like old-fashioned that have like they stand on the little feet instead of just being on the ground? Yeah.
They're literally called what they are.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
They're not. They
Yeah.
don't have anything.
For
She's
some
she's a mega otaku. Mark has respect for her.
I still am shocked. You know what the most shocking thing about this story is?
Well,
That it's to her, honestly. That's a woman,
Aw.
is it?
I don't know about that. You know what? I've met more women that are dedicated to something than men.
I don't know. I don't know. I'm not even saying it like that. I'm saying this sounds like something a man would do, not a woman.
It sounds like something a creepy guy would do.
True, yeah. And that's how you imagine it when you first encounter this. You know what I mean?
Yeah, when you first encounter this
But if you
story and this idea.
Look more into it. Like you actually see this not really that.
And it has nothing to do with being creepy, and that's the most shocking part to me.
Yeah, true that too. That it's. I know when you read her interview, it does have like a sexual element, but that's not the whole or main focus.
Yep, that has literally very little to do with the whole thing.
Yeah.
Because you're like, oh, so this is gonna be a weird sexual blog, but then it turns out, nah, girl just really likes baths.
Honestly, when you first started describing it, my thought was instead, she's seen so many of these bath scenes. She's like, okay, does everybody do one of these scenes? And
You
then
hire-
she looks.
No,
And
she's
it
not
just
my
ends up-
friend. She's not my friend's brother. You know whose brother I'm talking about, right?
Your friend's
Kaz.
brother. Oh, I don't.
Yeah.
No.
I'll say this on stream. It'll confuse a lot of people. Who my wife refers to as my boyfriend. He used to bring me donuts every morning.
Oh yes.
His brother, who absolutely hates anime and does nothing but complain about the tropes of anime, which how does he know the tropes if he hates the damn thing?
He's a closeted otaku.
No, he says he hates everything Japanese, but he loves Dark Souls, and I called him out on that once. And he's like, "Well, it's not anime style; it doesn't count."
Yeah, I know.
Cough,
has a-
cough, guts. Cough, berserker, sorry. Cough, cough.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, he shits all over Berserk too.
Oh!
Didn't
if
he
you
call?
like Dark Souls, you cannot shit on Berserk because
Didn't he have that whole argument with another dude where he was just basically saying that Berserk is rape fetish porn?
Yeah, but honestly, he seemed to me like a dude who would be into that anyway.
Oh yeah, no. This is him trying to hide his true feelings for the anime.
No, I'm just kidding with you.
No, hey, Cricket, you don't know this guy. Like, he is a stupid passionate about how much he hates it.
Yeah, it's to the point where it's like if people bring up anime, he will talk so aggressively and intensely about it that it's like, why do you feel so strongly about this?
Yeah, it's like anime hurt him.
Yeah, it's strange. It's like, why are you so impassioned? I don't understand. Like, what did he do to you?
Killed by an anime.
Yeah, I know that's what you think. Is like you don't like anime, whatever. But I don't understand why he's so impassioned about it. If you knew this guy, it's so impassioned. It's like why do you feel so strongly about it? Like I don't understand.
It's straight up like anime walked in his house and hit his mother.
I know it's weird.
They destroyed his home village and
Yeah.
burned it
It's
to
like
the ground.
All right, Cricket, you don't like most anime, but you don't like campaign against it. You're not like a warrior against.
Yeah, no.
No,
No, that's him.
Yeah,
I
it's
have
not your-
bonkles to make, and those take my
You have other
time.
things.
I don't-
You have other things to worry about. No,
I'm
but
not
it's
gonna
like,
waste
yeah.
time on something I hate.
Found a girl. I, in real life, found a girl who's into manga. Damn, Hobo has a wife and a boyfriend. What a mad lad. Yeah, so I'm really close to this dude. He's a really close friend of mine. Kaz knows who I'm talking about.
Yes, I do. I don't think Cricket does.
No, Cricket's never met him.
Oh.
But Cricket knows the stories of him.
Yes.
Me and this guy got super close. He ended up bringing me donuts every morning. We'd hug.
Yeah, it was pretty fucking gay, honestly. No, I'm just kidding.
I don't care. Yesterday on my stream, I was yelling about the game Hades. Cause I met Thanatos and I'm like, oh my god, they're so gay and I love it. I love everything about this gay relationship. Because it's very heavily implied that Zagreus, the son of Hades, had a romantic relationship, at least, with Thanatos.
I can
And,
believe that.
and it's just heavily implied. They don't actually say anything. It's just very heavily implied that they have a romantic past. Like, Thanatos gets physically and emotionally upset when you leave. Like, because your whole goal in that game is to leave Hades and leave the underworld. And he gets physically and emotionally upset about you leaving and not telling him.
Do you know that song, It's Okay to Be Gay?
Yeah.
You know, I often post that in arguments. People are like sprouting like super homophobic stuff. I'll just post a link to that song. Okay, to be gay, let's rejoice with the boys in a gay. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I know. It's.
On a side note, Greco-Roman stuff. Didn't they kind of? It wasn't that kind of the norm.
Yeah.
The thought being that.
But you had to. But you had
have
to be married.
Yeah.
That was the
you
whole.
A woman, you can just do whatever you want on the side.
Yeah. Even the women were allowed to, but you had to be married. That was like part of the rules. Like you could be as gay as you wanted, as long as you were married. You don't actually have to ever sleep with your partner. It doesn't have to be this committed relationship.
Usually, if you're a king or whatever.
Yeah, usually. But if you're a commoner, you could literally have sex with anyone you want. As long as you're married, they don't have a problem with it. Because look at their gods.
Yeah, and they saw marriage like like a social institution, that sort of thing. Not really
a religious thing.
Yeah. Hephaestus getting just the short end of the stick.
Yeah, fuck Hephaestus. He's a creepy weirdo. And he raped someone.
Oh! Hephaestus is weird because
Hephaestus
he raped someone in Greco-Roman myth.
Hephaestus is the weirdo that. Hold up. No. I gotta think to this. Hephaestus is the weirdo who came on someone's leg.
Okay, yeah, that's true.
Well, to be fair, Zeus also gave birth to Dionysus from his leg at one point.
Yeah, he took Dionysus's body from his dead mother. Yeah, from his dead mother because Hera's
a bitch.
Well, no, I would say super crazy rather than bitch because it was definitely deserved. Obviously, Zeus is not a loyal husband, but
the problem is she takes it out on the children, not
like Zeus.
Him.
Yeah.
What is she gonna do? Attack Zeus?
King of the gods. Yeah, obviously that's the reason, but
she can.
Good.
She's more than enough powerful to take him on. Want to talk about Zeus who fluffed with every being with 2 legs? It wasn't just 2 legs. He also had a bull thing in one of the stories.
He did fuck a cow in a story, yes.
Yeah, he fucked a cow in a story.
It was a human. It was a human woman who had taken the form of a cow or some shit. Mythology.
It was
some lady into a cow, so that way he could hide her from Hera.
From Hera,
because that would become the Minotaur, if I recall.
That's a different story. Nope, it's not the Minotaur. Zeus isn't the father of the Minotaur. It's another Greek god, but I can't remember at the very moment.
What had happened was with that one, at least the one I know, the Queen of Minos.
Yes.
Well,
that's what I'm talking about.
The bull.
Because Zeus also had sex with a woman as an eagle, so.
And that's swans true.
And swans. Yes, you're right, swan.
Leda and the swan.
I really like being a swan.
He had sex as a swan multiple times.
You were right. It was Poseidon. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, because Minos was like an island. And the bull, if I remember correctly, the bull in question was supposed to be sacrificed.
Mark, you didn't do anything. Mark, you didn't do anything. This is just how normal conversations go.
Yeah.
We love mythology.
He was supposed to sacrifice the bull. I'm reading about this, but he was so obsessed with the beauty and greatness of this white bull that he gave him something else.
He gave them a different bull, and they found out. So
specifically, that bull apparently was like a bull that Poseidon had sent to him after praying to him, and then he was supposed to sacrifice the bull he was sent, but he didn't do that.
Yep.
for reasons.
So
For
instead,
horny.
he asked Aphrodite to make his wife fall in love with the bull.
That's so like contrived. Like oh yeah, I'm gonna pray for this guy. I'm gonna pray for something that's gonna show me that I'm in your favor, and then you're gonna give it to me, and then I'm gonna sacrifice it to you.
Well,
What?
that was the idea there. I'm assuming is the devotion
Yeah,
to show
piety or
how
whatever.
to show how
But like,
much.
still fucking contrived. Thank you.
Yeah, a lot of Greek mythology is like that.
It's like so
Oh,
elaborate. Just happens.
and speaking of elaborate lore and mythology, so finally Smite has added the Sumerian god
Yeah.
Teomet.
Oh,
The
Tiamat, the dragon, right?
Yeah,
The chaos.
Tiamat,
Yeah.
yeah. The
I
goddess
don't know
of
if
the
I'm saying.
salt.
I don't know how to say it.
Tiamat, yeah. Goddess of the salted sea.
Indeed.
And let me tell you,
She's
the
salty.
memes are real in the Smite community of like, why do you have to be salty? Like, she has jokes where she straight up just calls people salty. Like, I haven't gotten a chance to play her, but in her trailer, Raiden, they did it. In her trailer, I got excited. I actually squealed.
What'd they do?
They put Gilgamesh fighting her
Ooh, nice.
in the trailer.
We're
so
gonna
that
get fucking. Wait, is he already in?
No, Gilgamesh. They didn't. This is the first Sumerian god.
Right, yeah. Fuck! That means we're totally. Ah!
Yeah, I'm super excited, and I was just like, you know what? I am all for games and movies and stuff going back this far back and talking about that lore.
Oh, that's so good.
It's so good. Yeah. Oh,
God.
it makes me so happy because I was excited when they added fucking voodoo to the game as a pantheon.
Oh, don't they have like Baron Samedi and shit like that in the game?
I just got a notification from a manga that I was reading yesterday because updates, and the update was called Homeless. What the fuck are you reading? Oh, the
He's
manga.
reading a homeless manga. Let's look at this up. I'm looking this up now on the other tab. Homeless manga. I hope this just come with random mangas about homeless people, not the manga I'm looking for. Like a homeless person's hut full of manga.
A homeless person.
It's a Korean one. It's a Korean webtoon.
Ah.
Let's look at this.
I'd be careful. Mark's into some weird shit.
I'm reading out the description. It's Korean, so he has like a non-Japanese. Hey Jun-go, who ran from home, and Yu Young Baek, the problem child who lives in a tent. These two, who meet under terrible circumstances, are forced to live together in an abandoned dormitory. This is the story of difficult growth between two people who hate both the dorm and each other.
Huh.
I don't know. That sounds like it could be good.
That sounds like it has potential.
Yeah.
It sounds like it could be interesting.
Comedy, drama, slice of life are the genres. It's all Korean.
What else?
Speak Korean, man.
Korean.
Red.
We have given you pop music.
K-pop random English.
Well, that's because 90% of the pop stars, Krikit, aren't Korean.
Huh.
Did you not know that?
Wait, what?
That
I've only seen the ones that look very
racist-y? Yeah, I get that. Okay.
I don't look into like J-pop and K-pop.
It wasn't J-pop, it's just K-pop I was referencing, and a good portion of them are not, like some of the most popular ones are not even Korean.
Really? I didn't know that.
Ah.
Yeah, most of them are
All
Japanese, Chinese, Vietnamese in some of them, some of the cases. Some of them are born in America and then move.
What?
Yes!
Who knew? I didn't know that.
Literally anyone who's ever paid attention to anything K-pop.
Well, K-pop sucks. I don't pay attention to it.
Yeah, I don't listen to it either, but my wife does.
I know she does.
Yeah, like one of the most popular groups is literally made up of like 2 Koreans, and the rest of them are Japanese, Chinese, Vietnamese. Yeah.
Okay.
Kill
The
white.
more
Okay.
you know.
He said. Mark says when you first read the title of the homeless manga, he thought of hobo. He thought of you.
Oh, thank you, Mark.
You are his homeless icon.
I am the Bushman. Did you guys see that video?
Yes.
I love that man.
And I love the cardboard car.
I couldn't help myself, and I'd pour water on it just to see how far you'd fucking get.
So thinking of, oh yeah, that was funny. So thinking of that, I just thought of, you know what? Remember that old meme, Nope, Chuck Testa?
Yeah.
Yes.
That was
Nope.
recently
God.
brought back up with me. And you know what I noticed in that video that he I never noticed before?
That his video is high
He's
quality.
he's totally wearing World War II German gear in some of the shots.
Yep.
Like Wehrmacht gear. So I don't know why, he just is.
Chuck Testa was a weird dude. He was also charged with several crimes, if I remember correctly.
Oh
I know.
no.
Yeah, like I think he has a criminal record that's pretty bad.
Oh.
Chuck Testa now.
I can't. I don't think that's his legal name, by the way.
I can see that. I can see that. Like, becomes famous and gives himself a new name.
He wasn't famous.
Or at least trying to be by doing these commercials.
No, those were just for his business. He owned a legitimate business. It was a local, like, commercial.
Yeah, I'm looking at it. He managed his father's Baskin Robbins in Venice Beach, California before he began preserving wildlife.
Yeah. It's an interesting backstory, but like I said, I believe, if I remember correctly, it might have been him. It has, like, after a while, he got, like, a weird, or had a criminal record, and that's, like, part of the reason.
To haunt him.
No, it didn't come back to haunt him. I think it was just literally that's why he kept doing the business he kept doing, because
Oh, I found the website of his actual business.
it's still up.
Yeah, Ojai Valley Taxidermy.
Oh shit.
And he has Nope swag. Head over to my shop to purchase your very own Nope swag gear.
Wow.
Oh god, he has his own merch store. I'm looking at it now.
Nope.
And it's just
Chuck
him
Testa.
going Nope, like in a picture. And then some things for his business, Ojai Valley Taxidermy, like generic. But yeah, there's still prices for taxidermy on this.
Holy shit.
At least as of 2016, it says he was doing because it says price list posted 2016 was the last time he updated that. But
I think that was the last time that meme was relevant.
oh, this is the slogan that comes up on his thing: the most like life dead animals anywhere.
Yeah,
Period.
I know.
It's fucking weird.
I mean, it's accurate, I guess.
Oh god, I'm looking at his thing, his page. There's a picture of him, like his head photoshopped onto one of these mounts.
Yep.
Weird.
Ugh.
Weird. Why is he so weird?
I once saw that, and someone put it inside of a Resident Evil mod.
Oh, look at this. He has a World War II Jeep, too. And it looks like in his front yard. I guess he's a World War II fan or something. I don't know.
Look for the masks. What masks, Mark?
Masks? Good God, don't give us cryptic advice like this.
Especially when we're talking about Chuck Testa.
Chuck Testa masks.
All I'm thinking of is, like, him taxidermying somebody.
So I know Kaz doesn't care about this, but did y'all actually see the ending to Ninja Turtles, like the cartoon?
No.
Which one?
The most recent one. Did you see the ending to it? Like what happened?
The one that had like the really different physical designs.
Yes. Did you see what happened?
I saw a bit of a thing where it was like mutant super
Hold up, hold up,
shredder.
hold up, hold up. Spoiler alert for anyone.
Oh,
Okay, now go
Okay.
ahead.
I saw what looked like a mutant.
Bro, he
modern
did an
day-
AMA.
Yeah, I know he did an AMA. It was on Reddit a while ago.
Yeah, I'm looking at it. It was like 8 years ago.
Yeah. All right, go on, Cricket.
It was like mutant super shredder that was done in modern stylings, and it was winning at first, and then with the power of family, the turtles and Splinter ended up starting to push back. Then they were pushing even more back because they had all of their ancestors, including his own family, who were getting involved in the fight too from the spirit world. And then all together, they end up forming a mega turtle energy thing that punches the shredder.
Yeah, I'm talking about the ending, not the fight.
Okay, I have no idea.
Do you mind if I tell you?
I'm probably never going to get to it, so sure.
So the turtles, obviously, they're all mutants, so that's gonna catch up with them. And they actually went pretty dark with it. Donatello dies. And before he dies, he's able to put his consciousness into a prototype robot for Shell, whatever his name was,
I saw the.
Metalhead.
Oh my god.
So he dies because the mutation inside of his body starts to debilitate his muscles and basically turns all of the sinew inside of his body into like string, and he breaks his legs and can't walk anymore. He just literally can't.
The mutants just
live.
start breaking down.
Between that fight between Shredder, Leonardo was dosed with a bunch of the mutagen that mutated Shredder. So he kind of tried to go off on his own to be away from his brothers and protect them and protect himself as well. In the meantime, Splinter dies because of old age. He's just old. And then Mikey starts suffering from some of the same issues that were hitting Donatello, but instead of all the like muscles in his arm turning to literal fabric, he kind of got super skinny and lanky and super energetic, and was able to keep like basically he's a monkey turtle now.
I think I saw a version of this.
Raphael's muscles did the opposite of Michelangelo and Donatello, where they just kept expanding and it hurts to walk. So he has to constantly be inside the metal turtle suit now. If he leaves it, he'll die. And Leonardo turns into a rage beast, fueled on killing everything.
I've seen a version of this.
Yeah.
It was like Mad Max World.
Yeah, most 90% of humans are dead, and they're looking for something they called the Great Green or something like that, and it's basically this giant irradiated mutagen lake where the turtles could live, and so could the rest of the mutant creatures without any repercussions to their already mutated DNA. So yeah, that's. And dinosaurs are back on Earth, so that'll be the part that'll make Kaz happy.
That's cool. I like dinosaurs.
Yeah, dinosaurs are back alive.
Nice. I want to read this.
It's not a read; it was the finishing to the show.
Oh, I thought you said it was the comic.
No, it's the.
I was
the
thinking
comic.
about getting into the comic.
I should send you
Last Ronin.
The CGI show version of this. Because it was a one-off thing that was done for what was it called? It was the CG one that ended up going deeper into the sort of Shinto aspect.
Yep, I know which one.
And they did something like that as the distant future. But instead, they had it so that was an M bomb that goes off or something
Mhm.
like that, and
Most
instead of
humans.
Raphael suffering horrible pain-causing mutations, he's just becoming senile.
Yep.
And Michelangelo goes crazy in the fun way, while Leonardo that's a spoiler for the thing, and I want you to watch that.
I would honestly suggest, Kaz, if you want to get into reading some of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle stuff, definitely go back and read the omnibus
The
of
original, yeah, the old stuff.
and then jump right into the series that just finished, which is The Last Ronin.
Ooh.
I'm not going to spoil anything from it because as a person who actually read the whole thing, dude, it's fucking crazy. Let's just say all the turtles are dead except for one. We don't know who it is. He uses all of the weapons of his brothers, and he's out for revenge on the son of Shredder.
I know the early comics were kind of a parody of all the stuff that was popular in comics at the time.
Yeah.
Parody
And actually,
and
I
Frank
remember another
Miller
one of those
and
things.
New Mutants and
yeah, it was a parody and also a love letter at the same time.
yeah.
I remember another one of
most-
the mini shows. It was a one-off thing where they had Michelangelo be the survivor, who becomes the new master to a bunch of human kids with turtle-themed mechs.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if a roboticized Donatello was sort of like his techie guy who was doing this. And
Yeah.
who knows where Raphael and Leonardo would be at this point if they weren't already dead. But I like that.
There's
because-
a lot of stories where the turtles just die. Because people seem to forget that it's not a kid's thing. Like the comic book and everything is brutal as fuck.
Yeah, but I also kind of like that sort of I like the dichotomy where it's like, oh hey, look, this is the kid stuff. Let's check out the comic. Oh my god.
Well, the comic came first, but yeah.
I know, but a little kid isn't going to know that, and neither is their parent.
Any parent who's into Ninja Turtles, if you don't know that, then you're not a Ninja Turtles fan.
I'm not assuming that a parent is a Ninja Turtle fan. I'm assuming that that parent doesn't have any idea what the heck a Ninja Turtle is other than a silly thing their kid wants to watch.
Any which way.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you're into wanting to start reading more about the Ninja Turtles, go and read some of the old classic stuff. Read up until what's his name?
Let me do this quickly.
Shit, the original writers.
There we
read
go.
up until they
Eastman
stop.
and
Yeah, Eastman and Laird.
something else.
Laird.
Yeah.
I should have had my stream open on my computer earlier.
Read up until they stopped writing when it was sold to IDW, I believe.
Yeah.
Which is a good solid run. It's not bad. There's some bumps in between, but you got to remember, like, while they were writing this, they never imagined it was going to be popular. So they didn't write it like it was going to be around forever. So there is a lot of inconsistency. So it's not like Usagi Yojimbo where you're like, oh, like this guy definitely intended to write this forever.
Yeah.
It does. One of the first stories of Usagi Jimbo features the turtles, and then they pay that back later where they feature the turtle. They feature Usagi in one of their stories, which is one of the most popular stories too. Usagi straight up kills people, by the way.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he's like
just murders people, and the turtles are just like, this guy's awesome. just so people are aware, they murder people in the comics. They use deadly fucking weapons.
Oh,
they are
Ninja Turtles?
weapons. They They actually use them.
Yeah.
Except for the nunchucks, they're not really weapons, but he doesn't use nunchucks for a good portion of the comics. It's a grappling hook. So you can just imagine what he does with that.
Oh
I don't,
yeah,
I don't need
that
to
is
explain.
that is a proper ninja like scary ass tool.
Just fucking throats a dude at one point with it, by the way.
It is a metal claw and some rope.
He just fucking throats a dude. This is great.
And
And yes, it was mostly like a love and parody of Daredevil and Frank Miller's writing and stuff, because
Yeah.
not only were they reading it, but they also thought it was like really funny that comic books came from this place of like, they're for kids, and Frank Miller's over here writing fucking Daredevil like it's the fucking genesis to superhero shit.
Yeah.
And they just found that funny, so they wrote theirs with a serious tone and inspiration and love shown towards Daredevil. And that's another reason Daredevil's my favorite. Without Daredevil, we wouldn't have the Ninja Turtles.
because that same stuff ended up fucking up his eyes.
Yeah, that whole theory. I love that theory.
Yeah,
I love to believe
totally.
that the same chemicals that hurt Matt hurt the were the mutagens.
Yeah, I've heard that. You know how I know that?
What?
From the Variant Comics video. That's how I know that.
Yeah, people, comic book fans love to just ignore the continuity issues with that and just accept it as
Just
truth
roll with it 'cause it's cool.
Yeah, it's a cool idea because
And it's not
technically,
entirely impossible that the creators of Ninja Turtles at least intended that.
yeah, they use the same kind of incident. If you go back and look at the incident where Matt gets his eye sprayed and look at the same scene in the Ninja Turtles comics, it's almost identical. It's literally almost identical.
It was definitely a reference.
Yo, yeah. And they've said as much. Eastman and Leard have said it. You guys, if you like his stuff, by the way, read till your eyes burn. If you like, I think it's Eastman. If you like his writing style, go check out his other comic book. I have a couple of issues called Underwear.
Oh, where is it?
It literally spelled WHERE. Underwear.
Oh, that's where it is.
And it's really good. It takes like fantasy folklore and whatnot and fucks with it. The main character is a fairy, if I remember correctly. It's been a long time since I read it.
There are mouse people, aren't there?
Yeah.
Yeah, I love rat people.
They are the rats.
You should check it. I think it's Eastman. It should be Eastman.
Yeah, Kevin Eastman. I'm looking at him now.
Yeah. So I was right. Damn. I absorb like the lore and everything of comic books. I don't usually pick up on everything else.
You know comics, you know Transformers, I know Bionicle.
Bonkle.
Yes. The Bunkle.
Oh, this looks cool.
Yeah, it's really cool, and the art is like
Art is super cool. Yeah.
The art reminds me of like 60s Doctor Strange mixed with modern art like aesthetics. Yeah, it's sensibilities. Yeah, that's the word.
Yeah, the art is really cool. It's really unique. I like it.
You can see, I love the fairy folk. They look so cool. They actually had a statue of the fairy folk available at New York Comic Con, and I was never I wanted to order one, but I never got to. Dude, straight up the model, like the PVC model, looked exactly like the art style. Like it just popped.
Cool.
Like it popped out of the fucking comic book, and it's sitting. It's sitting on your shelf.
That's really hard doing when you see like comics with like art styles like this, like different art styles.
Oh, it's so good. Cricket, once you have the time, you should look it up too. Like I know you'd enjoy this art style.
I'll probably completely forget the name, so just
I'll send it to you. I'll never forget because it's I love Kevin Eastman, so
you know whose art style I really like?
Hobo reads so much lore and so much stuff. He will become the lore. I will become the lore master.
Yeah, I already am that for other stuff, so why not?
I think there was one stream where Mark mentioned something, and I literally stopped all of stream and went to like Wikipedia to read the thing on stream
Yeah, that sounds about right.
because I was just like, "Wait, what? Is that real?" And then just read the entire article basically live on stream.
Live reading of the article.
That'll happen a lot. Especially when it comes to like if I'm playing Smite, I'll probably stop playing and just start looking up
Reading the
the
gods.
mythology. Yeah, like mythology and whatnot. I have a list of gods I want in Smite. Like I on my old laptop, I have a bookmark thing in my on my internet that is like gods I wish were in Smite. But you guys already know that I go that crazy over games that I like because I was
Yeah.
part of a community of people that played the Infinite Crisis MOBA, and I was part of that group that had detailed instructions on how to build a character in the game, like not a build for a character, but make a brand new character, their abilities and cooldowns, how it works, and what they would look like. I believe I've showed that file to both of you. I have it saved in my doc.
Yeah, it's humongous. I remember.
Like almost 400 pages of
Yeah.
just us like this could work, and then we could actually do this, and this would work with this, and how this ability would play out would be different from this character, and why it would work. And then that game was gone before it even started.
Yep.
Mm. You know, this Eastman, that style of that Eastman underwear book. You know what? Actually, I was trying to think of. You know what it reminds me? The look art style a tiny bit of is Sam Keith,
Yeah, I can see that.
like the Max and shit. Yeah,
Yeah,
I
you
love
like
his
I I was gonna say I know that you love his like exaggerated style.
Yeah, it's great.
If there's one artist and writer that I truly love in American comic books, it's Scotty Young.
Scotty, I think I know I've heard that name, but I can't like
I hate
associate it with anything.
Fairyland.
Oh, okay, yeah. Really like
I love everything to
looking
his
at his art now.
from his art to his just take on satirical comic books as a whole.
His Marvel art makes me giggle.
Yeah, it's super great.
Yeah.
You should look up Lil Avengers versus Little X-Men.
Oh God.
It's like he turns all of them into babies and they just fighting. Magneto has like a silver pacifier in his mouth and he's like throwing a crib at like Tony Stark. Yes, they babies.
One sec.
They should put the spaghetti monster in Smite. You know, it has actually been super joked about to put the flying spaghetti monster in
Watch
Smite.
that be like an April Fool's Day.
They did that once on April Fool's Day. I was just gonna reference that.
Oh yeah.
And I believe there's a spaghetti monster icon in the game. So yes, they have already talked about that, and they've already joked about putting them in the game. So who knows? It might happen one day. One day they'll just run out of regular mythological people, and then they'll just be like, flying spaghetti monster, fuck it.
There you go. You happy?
They'd also have to pay South Park for it.
Fuck.
Because the design would probably come from that show, since they're the one that most prevalently brought it
Made a
to...
visual, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, they could come up with their own, but what are the chances it's not going to look like the South Park
Scotty
version?
Young's drawing the Juggernaut so funny? It's hilarious in a good way.
Because having a baby strongman is funny. Hold on, there's someone at my door, I think.
Scotty,
And
trying to think. Sam Keith, great artist. Scotty Young. Like a lot of like fucked up art, like not like the traditional like photorealistic stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, it is super interesting. His art style is
why is a traveling wandering trader? Why the hell are you over here?
his art style, it has something special about it where he can draw kids, but you're
Dude.
still like, yeah, no, they're adults. What the hell is going on? I'm not gonna
What
look.
were you talking about, Scotty Young? Or are you talking about?
Yeah, Scotty Young. I didn't hear what you were talking about. The last thing I heard was you talking about how cool Juggernaut looks.
Yeah. Oh yeah. What I was saying is like a lot of I like a lot of artists that like in comics that don't have like the traditional style, like that like unique like non-photorealistic
The Crow.
styles.
Look up the art style from The Crow.
Yeah,
look it up.
I watched the Crow movie recently, actually.
If you haven't seen the art style from the comics,
I've seen it. Yeah, it's really cool.
Oh, it's so good. That's one of the comics that got me into Chicken Scratch.
Yeah.
The art style where they use lines in such an aggressive manner. Oh, I was gonna say, why don't you get the paper? We don't have to watch it. Yeah. Sorry, Brosia just bought us pizza.
Oh.
Because I'm gonna be streaming late, and there's no way I'm gonna be able to get dinner done.
Now, clearly what this means is that people need to subscribe to you more, so that way you can buy more food.
I'm up to 30. I literally just need 20 more, and I can put in my application for it.
Come on, folks. Come on, invisible people who are watching this. How about you, CIA agents? Why don't you join in on the fun?
It's mostly the brain. Yep, work. It's mostly the fact that I don't advertise myself, and that's a problem. Because I don't like to be like, hey, come and watch my stream. I feel weird doing it, but I know I have to. I have to start doing it. And a big part of that is I should be using Twitter and whatnot, since I talk to people on there constantly. I should just be like, hey, look, I'm streaming every, Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Come over. Yeah.
Looking at this.
Look at what? What? I can't see what you're looking at.
I'm looking at the Scotty Young artwork of the X-Men as kids playing Dungeons and Dragons, and I love it.
Yeah, his art style is adorable.
Yeah. Rogue is like flying into the air and throwing the D20 like aggressively onto the map. It's funny.
Thank you. Oh man, when Scotty Young does comics, I literally can't help myself but feel a little bit of glee, because he has such this like childish art style, but he can do so much with it. Yeah, he can do so much with it. And he does. I Hate Fairyland is literally one of the most gruesome comics I've ever read, and it features a little girl.
That one, like the girl who like hates living, is sick of living in Fairyland. She kills everything.
Yeah, so just I guess, hi, I'm underage, and because of that, I'm broke. No, Hobo, I don't know what's going on, but Blurb, but ain't working again. I think I have to restart it. Next stream it should be ready. I'm sorry, buddy. I have to have the stream off, I think, to reinstate it.
Okay.
But anyway,
thank you.
Yeah, F on Blurb. F in chat for Blurb.
Off.
Yeah, his spoiler alert for the first issue of I Hate Fairyland. A 6-year-old girl wishes to go to a land of magic and wonder and fantastic creatures and nothing like the real world. She just wants to go to Wonderland, basically. And she gets her wish, but the problem is she can't go back. No fault of her own, really. Well, kind of fault on her own for certain issues, but I won't get into that because that's explained later. Needless to say, she's now a 6-year-old girl stuck in a fantastic...
6 years old for who knows how long.
She, for 26 years. So she has the mind of a 30-year-old, basically, and stuck in the body of a 6-year-old in a world that's made for babies. So imagine if you, as an adult, had to live in an episode of Barney for the rest of your life. It's not fun. You don't want to. Everything sucks, and you hate it. So she becomes a psychopathic murderer who just starts killing everything. And also her Jiminy Cricket, which is a fly, becomes so immune to the violence that he becomes a nicotine addicted, like, mob boss, basically. He's just numb to the whole thing going on now, and he's supposed to be her conscience.
You don't care no more.
Yeah, like, that's literally what it is. He's just like, I really don't give a fuck. It killed him. In one of the issues, like, she rips off a giant's head, and then the villagers are like Smurfs, and they're just like, thank you so much, and she starts killing them. She's like, shut the fuck up. And then she's
Honestly,
like...
I'm pretty sure that there's a lot of people who feel that sort of energy whenever they see anything related to the Smurfs.
Especially our teacher.
That.
But yeah, she basically just goes murder hobo on everything until she becomes the queen. Because she kills an actual god. And then after finding out about that 6-year-old girl isekai in Bebe World.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, so basically she just murders her way to the top, kills a god, and then basically the god laughs at her and is like, oh, by the way, I let you kill me. And she's like, why? If I kill you, I can leave. Isn't that the rules? And she's like, no, stupid. If you kill me, you now have to take over my position. So not only did she think, wow, I was going to get free, but now she is actually stuck there. That's the end of Volume 1, by the way.
Oh, wow.
She's fucking stuck there. Volume 3 has been my favorite so far, which is the most recent run. Dear God, it is so good. If you can, read I Hate Fairyland. I got my sister into it too. She absolutely loves it. Right up her style. I don't know if I told you this, Cricket.
Nope,
so,
you have not.
My sister has a girlfriend now. And
she was... Wasn't she married, or is this a different sister?
Different sister.
Okay, I was very confused for a second. I thought I completely missed an entire thing.
No, that sister is still married. The other sister has a girlfriend now. The one in the older one in New Mexico. She's not obviously not older than me, but you know what I mean by older.
Yes.
So she has a girlfriend now, and you know she has an obsession with Damian Wayne.
Oh no.
Damian Wayne is her favorite. Damian Wayne has been her imaginary boyfriend forever, so we always pick on her for it. You already knew this, though.
Yeah.
So her girlfriend got jealous of an imaginary character at one point. I don't know the full details on the exact story, but apparently she got jealous because she was more excited to see a Christmas ornament with that character on it than to see her girlfriend that day.
Well, obviously the solution is for her to dress up as Damian Wayne.
Yeah. Damian Wayne cosplay for the girlfriend.
Yeah. well, also at the same time, so Minor,
Yeah.
he considers her his cousin. Because different father and mother and everything, so he always has considered her his cousin. They're best friends. They literally hate being separated all the time. They've known each other since they were born, so it's natural.
Yeah.
The girlfriend also got jealous because she thought that Minor was her boyfriend
Oh God.
back in Rhode Island, and she's just like, ew, no.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, she's just like, ew, and then she called Minor, and she's just like, you know what this girl just told me? Yeah, it was pretty funny. I just find it funny that she was just like, what? You have a boyfriend? And then her first reaction is to gag. Yeah, to retch. She'd just be like, no, oh God, please. Minor did the same thing. He was just like, he's like, no, shut up.
Relatives, yeah.
Yeah. So it was funny. I thought that was hilarious. It's like a cute little like love thing where it's like, they're possibly, not to be like that person, but they're gonna break up. They're still young. They're still kids.
Good, whatever.
Regardless of how long you stay together, at some point you're probably gonna take a break from one another and whatnot, or whatever happens. But I just thought that was like an innocent like love thing where you're just like, no, you have someone else, and then they're just like, no, ew, please stop.
Do not put this image in my brain.
Plus, you guys have met my sister, and yeah, she there's no way.
She would not touch that with a 900.5-foot pole.
She would hug him though. That is her best friend. There's no argument of that one. Oh man. So what's been going on with you guys? Do anything new lately?
Right now I'm eating onion rings, so that's pretty hype.
So okay. I got pizza, so that's my hype beast thing, I guess.
If we're gonna talk food, then I like making sandwiches out of pancakes and chicken patties way too much.
That actually sounds wonderful.
How the fuck do you not have diabetes yet? That is the only thing I get from our conversations about food with you, is how the fuck does this kid not have diabetes by this point in his life? You eat more processed meat than the entire Tyson chicken factory. So I don't understand.
I just do. I
What
don't
the fuck
know.
is your biology? It's the super soldier serum.
Right, yeah, totally.
Yes, infinite disease resistance.
That is a fucking lie.
I was just gonna say, that is a straight up lie. This dude gets more sick than anyone I know. He gets a fucking flu and he dies. He conks out for like a week.
Stick it. Forget stick it.
Yep.
And I have a low immune system, but I'm usually pretty good after a while.
I have like a pretty poggers immune system, I think. I rarely get sick.
What are you laughing about?
He said poggers.
That's like the 6th time I've said poggers in this chat alone. Like,
I know, and it's just like, it finally hit me again that you have literally just absorbed that into your lexicon.
I know,
How
it's terrible.
how to die with Cricket, but Cricket never dies.
Yeah,
Cricket's immortal.
Cricket is the main protagonist of 1,000 Ways to Die. It's just none of the fucking things ever kill him. Just kills the people around him. You know what? There's a character we can make sketches about.
Immortal Cricket.
No, like a character who causes death around him, but he himself is never killed. Just everyone. We could work it into the Charlie Chaplin hammer idea. Does anyone remember that? I have it written down still.
I think it went in one ear and out the other.
That was something Kaz came up with.
What?
The hammer Charlie Chaplin thing.
Oh, yeah.
See, he remembers. Okay.
Actually, I don't. What did I say? I was trying to...
Oh my god. Just fucking be honest. You have the worst qualities of the fucking internet distilled in your body. You realize that, right?
Yeah, I know. It's terrible.
You're just like, yeah, no, I know what you're talking about.
I don't know.
I have no idea.
I have no idea what the fuck they're talking about. But I'm gonna play along and act like I know until they figure me out. But at least you tell me you don't know at the fucking end.
Instead
I
of
don't know.
swearing that you do, swear on me mum, I know.
You suggest... I have it written down. You suggested that we do a Charlie Chaplin sketch, but inspired by Hammer film, so it's all blood and gore. So all the damage that's done to Charlie Chaplin is actually gruesome and horrible.
Oh, yeah, I did say that, didn't I? I remember that now.
You
Yes,
need to have the old school sound effects though too, like cymbals. And...
Yeah, no shit. We can't do a Charlie Chaplin sketch without that. Okay, I have made significant work over here with getting this land cored out behind our base so we can start setting up the village over here like how you like.
Honestly, yeah, go for it.
Well, I figured we could have a market.
Have sort of
I figured,
outside village because that looks so nice.
Yeah, well, once you get over here, you'll be able to see it once you're done.
Yeah. And at some point, you should come back over here.
I was going to do that at the end of the stream like you did before. Do you want to change the weather to clear?
Oh, yeah, let me do that.
Not that... None of this matters right now. We're just trying to set stuff.
We're building shit while we talk. We aren't doing...
We're just chatting. Just chatting. A nuke will never kill Cricket. Yeah, he's like a fucking cockroach. It's my theory.
I don't even mean to. I just exist.
Isn't that like what every protagonist does?
I am not protagonist, please.
You were totally the protagonist. You have a war with the fake furry mafia.
I have no idea what's even going on with that group anymore.
Shit keeps revolving around you that makes no sense whatsoever, and you just accept it as real life.
I've just accepted it because I'm tired of trying to figure it out.
I'm back, sorry.
Oh, so now that he's back, I can actually bring this up. So I was in another Discord, and you guys know how I've told you guys about this Discord several times. It's a very private Discord. You have to be invited to join it.
Not public, yeah.
Yeah, it's not a public Discord. I will never disclose the name. That's kind of the deal when you sign up and get an invite. Any which way. So on this Discord, we were talking about renewable energy. After some guy that's a like total asshole cried his eyes out over Five Nights at Freddy's, which I will talk about after, because I know both of you are gonna get a fucking kick out of that.
I saw when you typed a bit of that into the Discord.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
it's
will
all
explain it better in words. I had to put it out in the ether because it was fucking hilarious. You guys don't even know. Any which way.
We're about to.
Any which way. We were talking about renewable energy, and
Mm.
an argument started between a couple of people. Now this argument wasn't like a debate argument where they were like arguing which is better. They were arguing like which is the right way to go.
Mhm.
And they laid out basically this poll and said discuss. They opened up a new channel basically just for this argument because it became that intense. And they put up a poll and they took the top 5 answers, and they were wind, nuclear, geothermal, a couple of other ones, and it was basically the top 5, and everyone was arguing their points, and everyone was talking about what they wanted and why this is the better one. Now we had the odd like oil is the best and we should keep them. We're just like, yeah, shut up. We're not talking about that. And they're just like, you're
When you
just
figure out
afraid
a way
of
to make new oil, when you make oil renewable, then that can be part of the discussion.
There's a cyberpunk setting off the trails a little bit. There's a cyberpunk setting. It's a comic book. I don't know what it's fucking called. As soon as I remember it, I'll let you guys know in the Discord. But there's a comic book where they turn people into oil. A
I can see
cyberpunk setting where they turn people into oil.
That's super cyberpunk, by the way.
Yeah, it really is. It's it was inspired by Soylent Green.
Yeah.
Any which way. So they were all arguing, and one of the people brought up that he actually is a geologist.
Mhm.
And there has been a study going on in geology for the past 60 years or so, ever since like geothermal has been actually
thing.
useful. Well, like he said, it did exist before, but it was so primitive and dangerous
Yeah.
that you could cause an explosion at any moment. It used to be so misunderstood that just the science of understanding how to use that energy that you collected was hard.
Mhm.
But he said that in the past 60 years, you know, they've made like huge strides in how it's performed and done. So like the danger of the exploding magma pool is no longer an issue. They know how to handle that now. And he was talking about how this study has been going on that relieving some of the magma tubes that spread towards supervolcanoes and whatnot
Mhm.
as main veins of this energy could help relieve the stress on the planet,
Mhm.
leading to less eruptions from giant volcanoes causing mass destruction. Obviously, like he said, you know, what the fuck?
On it.
Cricket, what the fuck? Is this world just the rain world?
Honestly, Minecraft is like this sometimes.
So I was like, you know what? At first I was talking about how solar and wind is probably a great combination together, and that we should figure out more and more resources to make it usable, especially in climates like what just happened in Texas.
Mm.
We need that energy to be produced even during times of great stress. So how can we go on with that? And then he was talking about the geothermal stuff, and I was like, okay, so this is very interesting because the last I knew about thermal energy was that the main like disadvantage to it is that once you empty a tube of magma basically for the energy, you have to fill that shit up immediately or it will fucking explode and rupture. And yes, that's true, but they have a method now that instantly fills it. So that's no longer an issue. But here's my thing with that. I didn't understand enough, and he talked about how think about it like this: like the Earth's core and the big volcanoes are essentially pimples. And instead of a doctor just popping the pimple all at once and causing a scar on your face, they lance it and they let it leak out. He's like, this is a really gross analogy, but it's the easiest way to explain this. He's like, they lance it and they let it leak out, and then you don't have a scar on your face. think of that as
Yeah.
a volcano erupting. It doesn't leave a scar on the land because we're taking pressure away from it, causing less and less to build up and relieving that stress.
That
So
makes sense. Yeah.
in a way, thermal energy, again, 100%, this is just a theory being thrown around in the geothermal community because there's still a lot that's misunderstood about it.
Mhm.
So this is the idea that what if we could relieve all of that stress? Something like Pompeii could never happen again because we'd know how to track that heat and where it's going. So we would see a buildup happening right away and we could just stop it.
Even if it
Because
was to happen, you would know ahead of time.
yeah, and you could
And you would
save so many
move
lives and
people.
whatnot.
Whatever.
So geothermal needs to have more and like funding and research. So he flipped my argument. I was arguing for other energy and he switched me to geothermal, and
Yeah, I changed your opinion.
I'm in on this. And he's just like, he's like, I'm not here to persuade people. He's like, don't get me wrong, geothermal has a long way to go. He's
Mhm.
like, because there's still things we misunderstand, but he's like, with the advancements they've made in the EU, he's like, we understand so much more than we knew 60 years ago. And he's like,
So you know how like Iceland mostly uses geothermal
yeah,
energy because it's like an ideal environment for that.
yeah,
I was talking to someone and she said her aunt or whatever had a house in Connecticut that had geothermal.
yeah,
And it was okay. Like it wasn't like perfect. Like I guess her aunt said like she thinks it'd probably be better in a place like Iceland or Hawaii that's more geothermal.
yeah.
But you can get it to work like in places that aren't there. It just
Oh
doesn't
yeah,
work as quite as well.
because it connects to veins of
Yeah.
the Earth's core, basically.
Yeah.
Yo, could you
It just-
imagine setting up houses in Yellowstone that work on geothermal? You could power the
You
fucking
couldn't,
planet.
Yeah. You couldn't though. It's all a national park. It's all protected.
I know. You could power the fucking planet off that volcano.
Oh yeah. Fucking giant. You know that people say like, is that just, people say like, you know how like it could erupt eventually and just like destroy America,
It's not just America, but also spread towards China.
like a million places. Yeah, but like
Yeah.
America will be the most fucked.
America would be gone overnight.
Yeah, we gone. That in Canada, like the whole North America.
Oh yeah.
Mexico.
Oh yeah,
Fuck.
gone. We sit on a ticking time bomb. I mean, I've watched people explain like how when not if, when it erupts, it spells doom for at least a good portion of the world.
Yeah.
Because unfortunately it would take out that whole park. So think about that whole park erupting into the air, all that dirt, all those.
Yeah, it's like thousands of miles, not just the park, that whole area of America. I understand, like that whole, basically the whole like western half of the center of America is under that volcano caldera, or whatever you call it. Yeah.
Yep.
You just blow up and
imagine
like
all of that lifting up into the air, all at once.
The fuck?
Yeah, see, I don't know why.
Like the shock wave of it, and like it would destroy like everything.
And we know that super volcano has a direct connection to the Earth's core.
Yeah.
So
it was just
there was someone.
An ocean of lava where America used to be.
This is a weird thing, but you guys know about is it Earth-chan? I don't know her name, but
yeah.
Earth-chan. That's what happens when Earth-chan finally orgasms. Just boom. I saw that once and I was like, okay, you know what? I'm usually not part of this meme, but that's really good. That's a good one. So one of the first comments was, I guess we're lucky that women never orgasm then. I was like, oh fuck, man. So that volcano is a constant threat, and you have to live in America with that knowledge. Some people can repress it. I do think about it quite often, if I'm being completely honest.
There are probably plenty of all Americans who don't know, just living in ignorant bliss of the fact that their country could just be
Ready to
gone.
fucking explode at any second without warning.
It's like you go back to like the first colonists in America. Well, if we knew about this, we wouldn't have fucking come down here.
Yeah. If we knew that this was an extinction event, we probably would have apologized. Alright, we're sorry.
As
The really fucked up joke would have been like, well, we wouldn't have killed all the fucking Indians for this land if we knew it was a bomb.
If we knew it was a bomb. It's really weird too because a lot of the natives from that area have like oral histories about the land basically like just catching fire.
I wonder where those came from.
Well, we know it's because of the steam.
Yeah.
The steam.
Like they're understanding like the steam vents and all the shit that's there. The geysers, what I was trying
the
to say.
geysers, yeah, that's the word we're thinking of. Because we know that, like, have you seen that video of the people holding a stick over the geyser and it just catches on fire?
Yeah, it's super hot.
That's fucking insane. Because you think about that's not only steam, but there's water mixed in there too. Water sets something on fire.
Yeah, because it's from, like you said, like the core of the earth. All that heat and energy.
And also, we have to talk about this because we're all fucking nerds here. And can we all just giggle with glee and have the hairs raise on the back of our necks? We have a high definition camera on Mars.
Yeah, I know.
And
what was the new probe? I can't remember.
Observation? No.
The new name of the probe. It's not Curiosity. Curiosity was the other one.
No, it's not Curiosity.
Discovery. I'm pretty sure it's Discovery.
Did you guys see the NASA people from home landing it?
No,
I didn't.
Oh my
watching
god. They were screaming, they were crying. Some of them have been working 60 years on this project.
Oh yeah, they worked decades on this shit.
And they were crying and just all so happy that it's finally real. It finally happened. We did this. We are a bunch of fucking hairless apes on a planet that's hurling through the universe, and we actually landed on another
Earth spaceship has managed to throw another piece of metal onto that rock.
But it's not just metal, Cricket. This time it's
I know.
It's so much more. This means so much more, and I hate that nobody's talking about it. But then again, we just had that video this week of the teacher on TikTok talking to his students about Anne Frank, and they thought she was not real. Not Anne Frank.
Really?
Not Anne Frank. Yeah. He asked if they knew who Helen Keller was, and they said Helen Keller, the Nazi guy. Yeah, and he's like, "Are you thinking of Hitler?" They're like, "What is it? Hitler and Anne Frank. Hitler and what was it, baby?" They also didn't think that Helen Keller was real, like she was a fictional person.
No, she was like a movie character, yeah.
To be fair, that's also the fault of the school system, and also the fault of parents for not teaching their kids.
My god, this rain, man. It just wants to rain. It wants to have that rain. Yeah.
You got some Mars pics right now. This stuff is so cool.
You can go to, I think it's on the NASA website. You can go...
Yeah, I'm on mars.nasa.gov. Yeah, that's what I'm on right now. I'm on, mars.nasa.gov. I was saying that's what I'm on right now.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, while you're on that website, you can listen to the air on Mars. And
oh yeah, I think I knew about that.
Someone was making fun of me for that, and they're just like, "Huh, you're just basically listening to alien farts." And I was like, yeah, all humor aside, this is honestly probably going to be one of the things this year that makes me cry. On an emotional level, like... Is
Perseverance the new one? Is that what I'm thinking of?
Maybe it's Perseverance. I think that's what they called it.
They have a costume. There's like already like 900 images.
They're also teaming... Yeah, they're also teaming up with another National Geographic to do a 360 virtual tour of Mars. using the probe.
nice.
Yeah, I know, right?
I used to follow tons of space stuff, but I haven't in forever.
That's because NASA hasn't been able to do anything under Trump.
Yeah, but it's been like years since I've really followed space closely.
And here's the thing, it's not a political thing. This isn't a political
yeah.
statement. They literally lost their budget. He took away their budget.
Their education budget specifically.
So there
He
was
really
Like, you
wanted to
can't
make
teach
the
people about
Space
things.
Force.
what?
Yeah.
He really wanted the Space Force.
No, he was mad because NASA was researching climate change, something he wants to deny. That's what it was about.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that it was all about climate change. Yeah, I know about that. He was not okay with them backing climate change.
Yeah, and that's in recent years, a huge focus of NASA research has been studying climate change.
Yep.
From space with probes and satellites and what have you.
Yep. And obviously, this
Look,
is
they even have today's weather on Mars.
I
That's so
know.
cool.
I'm geeking out about
The high today was 14 degrees Fahrenheit. The low was negative 101 degrees Fahrenheit on Mars. Chilly.
Oh man, that's because there's no ozone though.
Yeah, I thought from what I've studied, like if you were to terraform Mars, it would be cold, but it'd be livable.
Yeah, it'd be cool.
It would be like
if you put an Earth-like atmosphere on Mars, it'd be like living in Alaska.
Yeah.
Or Antarctica.
It's like a
could live
tundra,
there.
yeah.
Yeah, it'd be harshly cold and frigid, but you could live there.
Mm-hmm.
You would just need to constantly replenish the atmosphere if you did that.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on what method you figure out of generating a fucking ozone. I don't know how you do that, but I'm not a NASA man.
It's not necessarily the ozone thing that's the problem. It's the fact that it's constantly stripped away by solar wind.
Yeah, because it has a dead core. It doesn't generate a magnetosphere like the Earth does anymore.
Yeah. Here's the thing, though, and honestly, I'm gonna sound like, I don't know, I guess a child or something, but like, even as a kid, it was like, you realize, because Braden and Cricket, you guys are with me on this. Like, we all kind of grew up watching Carl Sagan.
Yes,
like we all knew who Carl Sagan was, even if we didn't actually grow up with him because he was technically before us. We know who he was. We know what he did.
Mm-hmm.
We saw the shows on PBS. Watching him talk about space like this magical place that's also dangerous. Like, it will hurt you, it will kill you, but we know nothing about it, and moving up there beyond this planet of monkeys, basically, is impossible. At that time, for him, it was like he wasn't talking in theories and facts. He wasn't talking in theories. He was talking in facts. At that moment, it was impossible to reach somewhere like Mars. And when we did, he always corrected himself and was like, "Look how far we got." Like, getting to the moon was such an accomplishment. People literally deny it.
Yeah.
We just landed on Mars, and no one I see is talking about how serious this is for our species as a whole.
Mm-hmm.
Like, yes, we've landed shit on Mars, which people have been like, "Oh, but there's other things on Mars anyway. Why is this a big deal?" I'm like, this is different. This was big. This was a massive probe. Not only that, but it is the first time we're gonna get actual good, high quality video like we could be.
Yeah, is it gonna be like 4K type shit?
Yeah.
Within and back?
Yeah.
Wonderful.
This is going to be the first time we could, not physically, but digitally, step foot on a new planet.
When I was always young, I always remember, like, the thought, even to me as an adult now, of like literally there's other planets that you could literally go and walk on is still like so awe-inspiring. I don't know why, it sounds stupid, but like the literal idea of like you are walking around on a planet that isn't Earth, it's so crazy to me. Whole other world.
And
imagine just plugging in a VR headset and
I'm talking about the literal concept.
Literal concepts. Yeah.
I don't know why. That's like in other solar systems. That's so like crazy to me. Like, I know it sounds stupid. Obviously we all know, but like when you really think about the scale like of the universe and that kind of shit, it's just crazy.
Well, that's exactly what I was gonna get to next. Is this sounds stupid, and it always comes back to this for me, and you guys know this. There's an episode of Doctor Who that talks about that basically, where the Doctor brings people to space, and they're basically just not impressed, and he's like, "What is wrong with you? Like, this is a planet with life on it. You realize how rare that is, how obscure in the universe it would be to see another life form in your lifetime and survive on another planet, to walk on a place that has dirt that isn't Earth. The concept of that is so mind-boggling that even he has trouble concepting it, and he's like this super alien, you know? And he does it on the daily. It's just awesome when you think about that, and that's something that's always stuck with me. Like, yeah, the Goldilocks, what is it? The Goldilocks region or whatever it's called.
Oh yeah, the Goldilocks zone, whatever, the frost line, all that.
Yeah, the Goldilocks zone is so impossible. Basically, the numbers are so astronomically impossible when you think about it. Your life, the one you're living and breathing now, is so impossible. You could never, ever put a scale to your life, basically, because it wouldn't ever measure up to anything else in space.
There's actually a quote from Carl Sagan I really like where he talks about that, and he says like, if anyone ever disagrees with you about the preciousness of like a human life or anything like that, let him disagree, because in a million universes you'll never find an exact copy of him or something like that.
Yeah. What a great man, by the way.
Yeah, I know.
I think all of us here, like the three of us especially, owe so much to him for our like love for education and knowledge.
The science.
Yeah, the science. It just, like, again, he was before our time. None of us grew up like watching Carl Sagan live.
Yeah, no.
But we grew up with his reruns on PBS. We grew up.
No, I'm gonna say
What?
I was talking. It wasn't Carl Sagan. It was some other scientist I was reading about, and he said the question of like why it was an astrophysicist, whatever.
Yeah.
Why we can't, the whole, the whole thing, like the I don't remember the name of the paradox, like if they're Fermi paradox, if they're aliens, why don't we see them, why don't we hear them, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, why we can't.
Yeah, the Fermi one.
His solution to this was like, this is crazy to me. The universe is so old, and the universe will continue on for so much longer, that the existence of a civilization like us at the species level is such a tiny like percentage of that time frame that we just generally don't exist in the same time frame as their life.
Yep.
So like it was this, how long a civilization goes from like first having radio waves, say, to dying out is such a small percentage of the time of the universe that we probably just wouldn't overlap with other civilizations. They were all before or after us.
Yep.
That like the whole idea I read about was, like, first contact is more likely to be a dig than a fucking meeting.
Yeah.
Like just be like digging up their bones or whatever.
Or the remnants of an old civilization.
Yeah. Something like that. That's what I mean.
1,000 billion years from now, find the battered remains of the Voyager satellite or something.
The Voyager is something we don't talk about as much, but could you imagine just like, for all the impossibilities in the universe, right? An alien species actually finding that, understanding it for one, and two, being able to find us and be like, yo, you guys gotta leave. Like, what are you still doing here? And
you guys gotta get out of here. The Glixnars are gonna come for you. They know where you are.
Like, just the impossibility and the like imagination that takes me there is like, what if we found a species that was literally the ideal species of like, guys, like, yeah, we're aliens, we're scary to you, but at the same time, like, we need to help you. Like, you need to leave. This is very dangerous, and like, here's the reason why. Is like, as we said earlier, the United States is underneath a giant super volcano. It's a ticking time bomb for your planet, and it could literally go off. What is wrong with you, monkey people? Why are you still here? You know, once you found that, your first goal should have been, we should leave. Like a super practical species. How do you think humans would react to something like that? Like being told, like, we know about you, we know who you are, we have all the information
I
you gave
think
us.
I think academia would have a field day, or at least the actual academia, and not
Mhm.
like the crazies. I think the politicians would be fucking pissed.
Sorry, I'm back.
Oh, he didn't hear any of that. Oh no.
What was it? What happened? I just heard
All right, go
politicians.
ahead and
Okay.
repeat yourself while I continue to build with block game.
Yeah, just remember where you were, and you could
Yep.
talk again. I
Sorry.
said, so Cricket mentioned the like an alien species finding shit. I just said it. What did you say, Cricket? Oh my god.
The Voyager
The
satellite,
Voyager
and
satellite,
are able
Oh,
to
yeah.
figure out where the hell humans are, and then
So
they head over there and just have a complete panic attack for the sake of the humans.
yeah, so like, what if we found an alien species that found us, is super nice to us, like the like the good type of aliens. They find
Yeah.
us, they see the Earth, and then they have a panic attack. They're like, you monkey people, you need to leave. Like, leave this planet. It is a ticking time bomb. Why are you
Yeah.
still here? Like, I used the super volcano at Yellowstone as an example of like, guys,
Why aren't you spreading?
yeah, why, when you found out this information, you should have left. This is horrifying. You guys need to leave. We'll help you in any way possible. How do you think humans like would react to being told that, like, there's an alien species, they're real, they want to help you because they're scared for our species survival? Like, maybe they've seen this before and they want to
Mhm.
help by any means necessary, and it's very
I feel like a
genuine.
lot of people wouldn't reject that, like wouldn't believe it, or they would what was I gonna say? Or they would like refuse it. They wouldn't trust the aliens.
Okay. Now, Cricket, go on, because I was very interested in what you had to say, because I know you were going to take it to the politicians. You always do.
I was going to say, first of all, academia would have a field day because then NASA can be like, not only are they real, but they actually agree with us. Hey, fucking attention! The planet's on fire!
Buzz Aldrin sitting over there just like, I fucking told you.
Yeah,
Told you the moon was haunted or whatever they're like.
something like that. Regular people would be mixed. There'd be the ones who are defiant, who would simply say, no, this is our planet. I'm staying on here. Like, the kind of people who would go down with their ship.
The meme of the image of like the old man. I was born in this farm, would die on this farm or whatever.
Exactly.
What about the
And then,
Christians and whatnot?
Oh yeah, that would be a big deal.
What do you think?
oh, definitely. But we're not going to talk about that specifically because that is the general fallout of First Contact, not get off this planet. How does humanity react to that piece of information? Which what I was going to add was politicians seeing that as a threat to control and just trying intentionally to sabotage relations and make them leave.
Perseverance is the new pro, by the way. I'm stupid.
Yeah, I said that. I once you said it, I was like, yeah, no, that's the name.
Curiosity was an older one.
Yep.
Yeah, it was Spirit,
It was-
Opportunity, Curiosity, and now Perseverance.
Perseverance, because, and they renamed Perseverance, by the way. It was renamed like several times.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Well, it was renamed several times because the project, like I said, Ken, this project has been working on since the original probe was sent out. The whole idea to get a camera that we can see has been in the works for almost 50 years. That's why a bunch of the people that launched this and saw it land were crying. But yeah, in my opinion, I think honestly, first contact is gonna look more like humans as the hostile assholes, and it's going to fall squarely on American politics.
Mm.
And
I
it's
don't like it, but you're right.
no, I don't want it to be real either, and that's my
I'm
problem
pretty sure
here.
they'd be like, okay, shields up. We can already see on their radios that their politicians have completely gone off their rockers. Just make sure that we can't get hurt while we're coming in over here in this safe zone.
I'm almost certain, and this again, it isn't politically motivated. It's not me poking
Yeah, no, this is
poking or
more
jabbing
about
at a political thing, but the conservative parties would totally deny this. They would.
Yeah.
It doesn't even need to be just the U.S. It could be the U.K.
Other nations, yes.
They would
communist
not
China and all other sort of locations that would just be like,
losing
no,
control of
no,
their citizens. Yeah,
Yeah.
and the
it's
fact
not
that
Well,
even.
it's like I think what you're getting at is similar to the idea of like if God came down and revealed himself, religion would be fucked.
Yes.
yeah, and he
Because
just yeah,
religion
exactly.
thrives on the mystery and the question and all that, and the giving people an answer. If the answer just came down from the sky, all religions would be fucked.
Yeah,
Like the actual institution of religion.
and it's just an interesting concept to me because when you start thinking about it, you're like, oh, like yeah, this if and when this happens, that's dangerous for the common folk.
Hmm.
Less dangerous for the the people that are already in power because they're has
They
anyone
would just immediately jump in the bunker.
have you guys I know Cricket hasn't, but Kaz,
Hmm.
have you seen some of the season 3, season 4 of X-Files yet?
No, I'm still on season like 2.
Shit.
Sorry,
Uh
but
a slight spoiler. I'm not gonna go into the actual story deets.
Mhm.
So when humans made first contact, because that's obvious that that's already happened in
in the X Files,
the
yes.
X-Files. It's obvious.
Yeah.
Um,
From like episode 2, 1
yeah,
or 2, you know that there's
exactly. Um, so when humans made first contact in there, they basically made a deal, like the people in power, the Illuminati as they're called, even though they're not
Mhm.
technically really the Illuminati.
General idea of like the
Yeah,
cabal of people in power.
they made a deal. Their families would live, and the aliens would basically give them freedom to exist in whatever new world they create. Obviously, turns out the aliens lied, but that was to be,
Hmm.
you know,
No
guessed
That's
at.
how
shit.
they're doing diplomacy.
I don't know about you, but if I was some omnipresent, super like Clark Tech alien species, and somebody was trying to make that kind of deal to me, and I held all the cards, and I could see exactly what kind of asshole they are,
Mhm.
the last thing I want is to have that on my ship. Do you think that I, as like some little gray alien dude, would want Donald Trump on my fucking spaceship?
What have you to contribute, Donald?
Money.
It's huge.
My
The
huge,
applause.
Huge,
Here's
huge
my-
drain on my oxygen supply.
my huge oxygen supply. That's actually pretty funny. Regardless, my huge oxygen supply. I'll suck the fat right out of your head.
Use it for soup.
Oh my. So yeah, it's just it's this.
That is what I would see. That would be the first hurdle, and honestly, aliens showing up would probably be an extinction level event, even if they didn't say a word.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
If
We'd have.
if you just saw an obvious UFO that just sort of floated over multiple locations at once, and then they just left, just fucking. Everybody would be a DEFCON 1.
Oh yeah. It's like that's kind of part of the premise of not the Stalker game or movie or anything. The original Stalker novel by
Oh yeah, the
Strugatsky brothers, the Russian one. Boris and Arkady Strugatsky. Basically, that the aliens just the zone and stuff is created by the aliens, not just stopping by for like a night, like chilling for a day and then leaving. And that's all the anomalies are like shit they just dumped, like they're waste or whatever.
yeah, I know about that.
And that's like such an interesting idea. Like they didn't care, they weren't interested in Earth. They just stopped for a night and then flew on or whatever, that kind of
They
thing.
need to collect some
When they flew by,
or whatever.
but when they flew by, like their engines, like the weird anomalous physics that we don't know yet, like created all these anomalies on Earth.
Yep. And it created time distortions and everything because of the fuel source they use and whatnot, if I remember correctly.
Yeah,
as part
something
of the,
like that.
Part of the story.
Yeah. And they it's like some like junk they left behind. What was junk to these like basically what we would call the Clark Tech aliens was like incredible stuff to us.
Yeah. I
shit
love
they
that. I love
jettisoned,
shit like
basically.
that.
Yeah.
I
It's
love
like,
stories like
did
that.
it give me there's a little bit in X-Files that gave me an idea where Scully says to Mulder, you know, why would aliens, if they're really aliens that can really fly across the universe, why do they give a shit about it? Like basically they didn't say that, but like you know what I mean? Like why
Oh yeah.
are they interested in humans?
There's an
And then-
explanation to that in the series, but that's part of the reason I won't spoil it.
But Mulder says something that I think is interesting. He said, well, human scientists cut into worms.
Yep.
Basically, was like what the reason why is the curiosity and the whatever it is. And I thought that would be a really cool like science fiction story, like kind of hard to like the island of Dr. Moreau, but Dr. Moreau is an alien and the Beastmen are humanity. It's like it's experimenting on a bunch of humans on some island or something, not on Earth. Yeah, that's actually kind of a
They're not
good
allowed
idea.
to do testing on animals from their planet, so they use
Yeah,
creatures,
they test on other things. That's actually not a bad idea too. That's a good explanation for it.
Prometheus.
Or just like, fuck, I don't care what anyone says. I like Prometheus and Alien Covenant.
Yeah, I mean, you and I have talked about this several times. We're the weird ones, I guess, because you and I both truly liked that. Like, are they the best? No, but they don't have to be the best to be enjoyable and fun. We just like alien stories.
I think they're really interesting, like especially Covenant. The mythology it starts building, and the philosophy of that is really interesting.
I want to get that fucking collector's edition of Covenant. It's so beautiful. The one with all of his drawings, David's drawings.
Yes.
Oh, so good. I love how you and I actually solved that mystery. By the way, I forgot to tell you we were right.
Oh, really? Was there an announcement like from lore or something?
Yeah.
Or, like...
From
really?
Ridley Scott himself.
That's awesome.
The Xenomorphs.
I have no context for this, and I'm okay with that.
I
Because I feel like that should be its own thing.
I will. Well, I'll let you know. I mean, it was super simple. We've talked about it on the podcast before too. So, Kaz and I went to go see Covenant. The day it came out, basically.
Yeah, right after it came out, it was like that week.
Yeah, it was like that week, and he and I loved the movie. We thought it was awesome. But we didn't leave the theater like everyone else, where everyone else was talking about how cool the action was or anything like that. He and I were talking about the implications that David is responsible for creating the Xenomorphs. And it's confirmed because in that movie, he takes the protomorph seed and egg things and he starts fucking with its genetics because he's so interested in the perfect specimen, the idea of reaching perfection and What is one of the most defining features, Krikitt, even you know this, of the Xenomorph?
The perfect killer, the perfect organism.
No, not just that. They're tubes.
Creation.
They have tubes.
Tubes, yeah.
They have mechanical parts integrated in their design. Obviously, that's Geiger, but beyond a point, like, why would that happen in a organic species?
They don't look natural. You can look at them and be like, that's a machine.
David somehow got his RNA into a xenomorph.
Because when we talk about this, didn't they mention, fucking Prometheus that he has RNA?
Yeah, it was a very big point that David is a special android. He has RNA. he's
Yeah.
very, very special. He's very unique, and
He's
only
he's supposed to be the what's his name? The leader. I don't remember his name right now.
Wayland's
Wayland, yes, Peter Wayland. Peter Wayland, yes. He's supposed to be like his son, basically.
because he
Not
didn't
just a robot, his son.
he didn't like his daughter because he's a dick.
Yeah, Vicker, Meredith Vickers, I remember.
Can I just state this though? She's a fucking idiot.
Oh yeah, she
She
is.
could have fucking run sideways.
She did not. She deserved fucking.
She did deserve to die. She ran in a straight fucking line away from a spaceship that is a straight fucking line.
Yeah.
So fucking stupid, man. But also, you kind of feel bad for her because you kind of understand her situation after, where you're like, oh, he's a terrible father.
Yeah, you do. You can feel sympathy for her character, even though she's kind of a bitch.
Yeah, she's a rotten person. Like, you feel
Assholes can have sympathy.
yeah, exactly. You can still feel
Yeah.
sympathetic towards a person who's technically a bad person.
Yeah.
But any which way, we left the theater and he and I were just talking about this, and we're like, what did our theory come to? We were talking about how
He combined. He somehow managed to. I remember the whole theory. This is like years ago now, but he somehow managed to combine his RNA with the DNA. Like, somehow put his shit into the them, and that's why he has mechanical traits, because he put his own genetic
yeah,
or RNA material into the xenomorph, the protomorph, and that became the xenomorph. And that was part of how it happened.
yeah, now it's because the xenomorph species takes on the best traits of whatever they take over. They took on that best trait from him, from their creator.
Mm-hmm.
So he also stole that giant arc of humans.
Yeah.
So like,
And that's why it does have some humanoid traits, like the bipedalism. And I didn't think of that down until now, but like the bipedalism, like the front of its head is like the human skull and everything. That could explain that, because he mixed it with those arc.
with the arc.
Did you ever think of that? I
people.
just thought of that now.
Yeah, that was one of my first thought processes.
That's so cool.
Yeah. But yes, it is confirmed by Ridley Scott that that's basically exactly what happens.
That's awesome, because we figured it out.
It's
We were
mostly
nerdy enough to figure it out.
it was mostly awesome because you and I were just freaking the hell out, and we're like, this has to be true. There's no explanation.
And that would kind of retroactively, in terms of the lore, explain why in the first place the xenomorphs had those mechanical-esque traits.
Yeah. Oh man, I am honestly so excited to see what his next project is.
Oh, if he's doing something more with Alien.
Because we know that androids is not happening. He ditched the
Yeah.
idea, which made you and I very sad.
Yeah, 'cause
It's such a fucking cool
you know what's
idea.
criticism I heard of Covenant that I've heard people make
Mhm.
and stuff is that it goes too much into the androids and not enough into the aliens.
Yeah, but
Because the aliens are the real star of that movie, and like I want, it's, I guess people are talking to me like, we want more aliens, not more of David and stuff.
I wanted more David. I wanted a whole movie about David. I love David.
David's interesting. Yeah, David's fascinating. And like that flute playing scene was fantastic. I love that scene.
God, it's so good. It's super homoerotic though.
But it works so well. I don't care.
It is. I'm not denying that. I'm just saying that it is very homoerotic.
That was intentional.
Yeah, I get that.
Mm.
It's super good though. I love that movie, and I know you and I get shit for it all the time, but at the same time, I don't care. I just like the Alien franchise as a whole.
Oh, it's fantastic. Yeah.
And honestly, to just have something that's like, hey guys,
like I even like Alien 3 is not perfect, but I do like Alien 3 at the end of the day.
Yeah, I still like Alien 3. We don't talk about the other one. Resurrection.
What's that? Aliens
exactly.
I don't know, man. But yeah, I actually really like Alien 3. What's that?
I said I don't know when that fucking happened. Heard about it once, but
Alien 3 is pretty good though. It's not perfect.
No, it's not a perfect movie. But
although David Fincher, the director, has disavowed it.
Yeah, I know.
There's a ton of executive meddling in that movie.
Oh yeah, literally go to the screenplay.
Yeah.
You've seen it, right? It's completely different. It's a completely different fucking movie.
Yeah.
It's amazing though. I do like that movie.
Mhm.
I,
If
I-
anything else, maybe this makes me like a simp for cuck for Alien. I don't know. But if Xenomorphs, well done Xenomorphs are on screen, I'm probably happy.
yeah.
You'd have to fuck up pretty bad to get me not to like a movie with Xenomorphs.
Yeah, you'd have to be really,
Like,
really bad at it in order
you have to
to.
like, really essentially fuck up on a super basic level.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
like
I
I don't know,
completely agree on that one.
Xenomorphs. I don't fucking know.
You know what you'd have to do? You'd have to ruin Ripley as a character, and
Yeah,
then
something like that. You have to like do something really egregious.
and that's why like I'm all in on this Fortnite event that might be happening, which
Oh
they
yeah,
already
you're talking about
Clear, you fuck.
they already have Sarah Connor in the game, which
yeah.
you know I bought her.
Mhm.
It's Sarah fucking Connor.
Of course.
She's
Wasn't there a comic book where a xenomorph like got modified with Terminator things or something?
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it was a part of a convoluted comic series that was basically Terminator versus RoboCop versus Predator versus Alien.
Everything.
Okay.
Well,
Everything of that genre of that era.
well,
just together.
you have to think about it. Like Alien is the franchise that started that whole versus thing
Yeah.
with the Predator because of Wayland.
Hmm. Yeah.
And when people started putting two and two together, they're like, wait a second, Wayland exists in both of these worlds. When in
Mhm.
reality, we know that it was just we know it wasn't actually on purpose now.
Yeah, but it works, so leave it alone, right?
Yeah, we don't actually
Okay.
talk about why it exists. We just know it worked and that's it.
Mm.
But any which way, it it's just telling, I guess, that a a franchise like, well, I say franchise, a game like Fortnite is bringing something as pop culturally as
Relevant.
Alien and Predator and Terminator to a franchise that's basically played by 10-year-olds. They have no
Oh
idea
yeah.
who these characters are. I specifically said I talked to someone who's like, I've never watched an Alien movie in my life, and they're like, is it really that spooky? Like, because they heard cause there is a rift opening in part of the map that leads straight into the Nostromo.
Yeah, you told me that. That's so
You
cool.
can hear the Nostromo.
Ah,
You can hear all of the sounds, and then if you listen really quietly and turn all your volume all the way up, you can hear the stomping of a xenomorph.
oh my god.
And so to you and I, that's like, oh, this is orgasmic. Like, this is amazing. But to these kids, they've never seen this. There was a movie in the 80s, and I had someone literally tell me, like, well, they're fucking stupid kids. They should have watched it. I'm like, okay,
What are you
well,
talking about? Okay, I mean, what?
this movie came out in the 80s. There's a lot of people like
77 for the first 79. I mean, for the 70s for the
yeah,
first one.
yeah, exactly. Cause what was one of your first responses when I said I'm gonna get you to play Final Fantasy?
It
You
was old. I mean, it's an old
yeah,
game. I remember I even said like a movie or a book. I will go from before I'm born, but I don't know about a game. I said some shit like that.
yeah.
Like
You
technology
said
are better
why would
now,
I play
and
something that was basically around before I could, talk?
yeah.
Like I have new things, and I was like because of that influence it had, and then eventually you
Mhm.
saw what I was talking about, and you're like, okay, this is actually pretty cool. I actually want to go back and see this.
Mhm.
And now you're not a fan, but you're definitely part of that group of people who understand why it's important.
I like Final Fantasy. I'm gonna say I
Yeah,
do what I played. Like
and
I haven't played much, but
yeah,
still.
oh, dude, we're gonna play 16 on the channel. Like you and I, we're gonna go through
Yeah,
that
oh yeah.
fucking game.
I want to get that game when it comes out.
You
It
and I
looks
are gonna
awesome.
play that fucking game on the channel.
Oh,
There's no doubt about it. That's your and mine. We're going in hardcore. You and I are gonna play that game.
Woo!
absolutely.
um, no, it's just amazing to me that this stupid, dumb, shooty build game is getting kids to be like, I know who
Draw
Christopher
forward.
Nolan is.
Yeah.
I know who Terminator and Sarah Connor are, and And I understand part of the Chinese mythology because I played Fortnite and they did a whole event that was about Sun Wukong and
Oh, that's
the,
cool.
the
Yeah.
Year of the Bull, and like I understand this now. I know what
Mhm.
Journey to the West is. You know, regardless of how you feel about the game,
Mhm.
put all of that negative shit aside. You can actually see the influence it's having on these kids.
Mm.
You know,
Exposing them to things they might not have been exposed to because their parents just put them in front of the Xbox.
yeah,
Or something.
exactly my point. You're exposing them to a whole new world of media beyond just this game.
I
Mhm.
personally still do not feel comfortable with a child's only real form of media being Fortnite.
Well,
But
we're not
if they
saying
can
that.
actually teach a kid about this stuff, then I guess it's fine.
But that's not the argument here. The argument is,
No, that it's going to expose them to things maybe they'll
yeah,
be
things.
open to things they might otherwise be open to.
Who knows? Maybe a kid who played Fortnite realizes, oh my god, like, okay, so this game is cool and it influenced me, but I want to make that. Like, I want to, make the next movie that I just saw premiere in Fortnite, or
Mhm.
I want to get into art because I saw the amazing builds that people are doing in creative in Fortnite, and you know, I
I
see,
would compare it to what Minecraft did in some ways.
yeah,
An entire generation of children growing up on a sandbox,
Mhm.
playing with sticks in the mud again, figuring out how technology and devices and ideas work and
yeah,
how they correct.
and that's what I'm saying is that there is this real connection that's happening with this game and with pop culture specifically.
I am not changing the weather again. I'm just gonna let it. It wants rain, fine.
Yeah, I have no idea why it wants rain so fucking bad, but
It rained today.
I've had this conversation with people, and the only fucking response I get every time when I'm trying to have an intelligent conversation is, "Nah, Minecraft's bad. It's stupid. I hate it." And I'm
That
like,
is
my
a very
fucking god!
visceral reaction. Um,
Like, no, it's stupid. It's dumb. It's a retard game for babies. Who wants to play that? I'm like, stop with the fucking bullshit. Just talk to
okay,
me for a
stop with the
second.
name calling.
I'm not saying you have to play it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly. I want to have this conversation because when you really think about it, there was shit that we played that wasn't fucking great, but it still taught us about something that we like now are like, oh, this is
Yeah.
cool. And then there's people who are like, oh, but like, what is the monetization of it? I'm like, okay, fucking Legos taught you about the world, but you still had to fucking buy them. Like, I get it, it's a material thing, but it's a physical item, but still, in the minds of some of these kids, that's the same thing now.
Mhm.
The
you're
idea,
buying your toys.
yeah, the idea of physical and digital is not what it used to be.
Yeah.
And
To
and it's
them, there's no difference between getting V-Bucks and getting a new toy. It's basically the same
exactly.
thing.
And now, like, just because of the new skin release for Street Fighter, there was a couple of kids I watched literally have this conversation. They were like, "What is that from? Is that from Tekken?" And they're like, no, my brother said it's from Street Fighter." And he's like, "Oh, okay, what's that?" And they started watching esports
Mhm.
of Street Fighter, and now they want to play Street Fighter instead of Fortnite. Like, that's such an amazing thing, and people are just gonna fucking ignore that outcome because they hate the game.
Mhm. Well, yeah, the idea is like anything that gets a kid exposed to wider audience. Why not wider? It's a wider, like broader sense of
Yeah,
the world. I know what I'm trying to say.
yeah, anything that gets you more and more influenced into other things, I'm all for. I think this is amazing.
Mhm.
Do I agree with everything? Obviously, no. But the idea that I can go up to a kid who's played Fortnite and be like, "Hey, what'd you think about Alien?" And their response can be, "Oh, yeah, I watched that movie because I played this stupid fucking game, and I'm
Mhm.
really into that movie series now."
Mhm. Yeah.
You know, or, "What do you think about this director?" Starting with Christopher Nolan, since he was the first one to do it on there. You
Mhm.
know, what do you think about his movies? And it's like, oh man, I've watched this movie and this movie because he did it, and I'm really into it.
Yeah, yeah.
That's a fucking great
It's good,
thing.
yeah. Mhm.
As much as people shit on pop culture has such an impact on our
People.
species. Well, our species as a whole.
Mhm.
When you truly think about everything we've done, a
People
lot of it,
are at the end of the day more influenced by what we'd call low culture than high culture.
yeah.
There's
How
a
many?
reason it's called low culture. It is the stuff that's
The
close.
culture of the people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which reminds me, I was listening to a Guar interview earlier today, and it reminds me of something with Cricket when they were talking about this. They're talking about how is something Cricket would be interested in, like and stuff. It was like he was talking about how you know how they like the original Guar members they met in art school. A lot of them did.
Mm,
Like this was the 80s, and their art teachers had gone to art school in the 60s. So like all that what was valued in the art school was like pure abstract shit.
hmm
Just slinging paint around and tricking the teachers by trying to seem clever. And like, but he said like if you were seen as like a guy who liked comic books, you were lower. But he said like the guys who were into comic books they actually knew how to draw, like the people who were just doing abstract art.
hmm
And he was talking about how like he would draw something and like everyone would shit on it, but and then the guy who just painted something effortless with like paint slapped around like fucking Jackson Pollock was gonna get praise.
Yeah.
And he's talking about how like if you were what was seen as low culture, they snubbed you. But the guys who were like you said into comic books, into horror movies, into video games, well not video games then, but you know what I mean.
Well, they had video games. You just had to.
Yeah.
It was expensive as shit at that moment.
Yeah. But like that kind of stuff, if you're into that kind of stuff, you were seen as low. But
Mhm.
the guys who were into that actually knew how to draw figures, or something most of the other kids couldn't do, and shit like that.
Yeah.
And how,
I mean, we've seen it.
I've
and that
lived it.
reminds
Yeah,
me
we
of
know.
Cricket, yeah, Cricket talks about when he in his so I'll just say association with the local art scene. That's enough to say. Right?
Association with the global art scene. I love that.
The local art scene, I said.
Oh
But still, that's yeah.
no, and that's a great example of how pop culture is kind of treated by the outside of society.
The academics say.
Yeah, the academics rather. Yeah, you're right.
Or whatever you want to call it. You want
yeah.
to describe the elite, the academic, whatever. Whatever you want to describe
The
it.
culturally
The
elite.
fancy people.
It's always treated as this lower form, but how many times have you talked to a kid and their idea of someone who's courageous and bold isn't a real person, it's an imaginary person, versus Benjamin Franklin is my hero.
Yeah. No.
That's how much of an impact that this like pop culture has on
people.
There's
Especially
a great scene in, and this is dumb because obviously the idea is supposed to be stupid, but there's a great scene in South Park, the Imagination Land movie, where they at the end of the movie Kyle has this speech where he's saying like,
I remember, and he's like, many fictional characters have influenced you more than like George Washington or whatever.
Yeah.
It was. Yeah.
How many times have you looked up to Luke Skywalker rather than Jesus? You know.
Yeah.
Like how has their influence pushed you further, and how can you say that they don't matter? That was basically, by the way, that was Matt and Trey basically coming out and saying like they hate the way that pop culture is treated in the United States.
Yeah.
How it's treated as like a fad instead of like, no, it has real impact on the world. If you create a character who's relatable enough, you now have something on your hands that's going to influence generations for years and years to come.
Has that potential, yeah.
Yeah, it is interesting, right? I'm not alone on that. Like that is
No, yeah, that is interesting.
I love that idea of, and that's why like
people like I know it's kind of a bad example to a certain extent. It's a good example to illustrate, but not really the most popular. Disney starting with a cartoon mouse and then becoming such a huge media empire that influenced so many different things. And
yeah, Now you can ask a kid, what's the story of Cinderella, and they'll tell you the Disney version and not the real version.
Yeah, not the folktale or whatever.
Mhm. That's how much it has an impact.
Mm-hmm. But like when Disney makes, or something like when Disney, something becomes a Disney movie, that is now the version, official version of it.
Mm.
It's no longer what it was. It's become,
It's become something
you know,
new. It's become something
yeah, different.
different. Yeah.
Been
Even like
reading.
Sleeping Beauty, they don't know like the who the fucking kid is gonna tell you the German mythology
Yeah.
of Sleeping. No, they're gonna tell you about the
They
Disney
certainly
movie.
ain't gonna tell you about the version of Pinocchio from the original books.
Oh god, where it gets like gory and shit. Yeah, I know.
Oh my god. All gore and shit aside from that, I love that story because that's the version I grew up with. Because I mean, I've told you guys many times, my grandmother was a very like old school woman.
Mm.
So I grew up with that version of Pinocchio. So when I saw Disney's version, I was like, "What the fuck is this?" I was like,
Why does he
"This."
not? Why doesn't he suffer for all the terrible things he's done?
Like,
There are the terrible things he did.
I was so confused as a
Who is
kid.
this asshole?
I was so confused, and I got in trouble because I used to tell the other kids, like, in school, I'm like, "That's not the story of Pinocchio. Here's what really happens," and then they'd cry, and I'd get in trouble.
They can't handle the truth.
Well, that's what it was. It was literally that these kids grew up on such a censored version.
You know, I think there's a lot of credence to the psychological theory that if kids, it's better to deal with like certain horrible things in context like that first
Yeah.
before it happens in their life, and it'll make them more psychologically able to cope with things.
Yeah.
Like I have to wonder, like if so many people are like psychologically pussies today
Exposed.
because they're exposed not to like the Brothers Grimm, but to like Disney, so they didn't actually ever learn how to like think about traumatic things before it actually happened to them.
Yeah.
And that could also explain our current the state of things.
Yeah, I'm saying. So exactly what I'm saying. Like, you kind of have to. Yeah, the whole rationale behind those, like the brutalness of old fairy tales, is if kids need to say think about death before someone they know actually dies.
Yeah, the fairy tales dealt with real
Things that would
issues.
be threats in your life. Yeah.
Yeah. And it's just really weird, again, to think about, like, the cultural impact that pop culture has had, and people will
Mhm.
be like, "What do you mean by pop culture?" I mean everything from myths to
The modern day.
modern day comic books.
A lot of things that are considered classics or high culture now, when they first were created, were low culture.
Mhm.
They had to
Like a
crawl their
fairy
way
tale,
to the
which
top.
is a fairy tale was originally just stories being told by peasants to their kids. And
Yep.
that's not really high culture,
So,
but now then once the Brothers Grimm wrote it down, it became like a classic literature or what have you.
don't
As
go into
opposed
a random stranger's house, little Susan, or else it might
Yeah.
actually be the home of a bunch of bears.
Yeah, or that kind of thing. It's like there's all cautionary aspects of it.
It,
You know, don't.
it's such a bizarre trip to think about some of those too.
Hmm.
All right. And I think
Do you guys have a favorite, like, uh wives tale?
You know, wives tale or like a folk fairy tale kind of thing.
yes, the
Either
love.
or.
Dude, nothing comes to mind immediately from like that description.
Damn.
Do you have a certain one? Because if you said something, I might think in that kind of thing.
I would say the German story of the Black Forest. Der
Oh
Fritter.
yeah.
Which eventually now is basically responsible for Slender Man.
Yeah.
Uh,
No, I know what you mean now. When you said old wives' tale, to me that means like wash behind your ears kind of thing. It's like that doesn't mean like you mean like fairy tale.
no, I meant like everything from that to a fairy tale. Like,
From to fairy tale superstitions, all
yeah,
that.
yeah, and anything that fits in between that. Is there
Hmm.
anything that's like specifically a favorite of yours that you could never shake even if it was like you were scared of it as a kid, or you still now to this day are like, that taught me something. Is there anything you have?
Well, I will say one thing. As a kid, I was the biggest sissy about anything horror, scary.
We know that
Yeah, I told you that before. I was
several times.
I could not watch horror. I would freak the fuck out. I could not live with it. Which is interesting, I find, because I read watching interviews with like horror directors, a lot of them were the same way when they were very young. I think that's interesting. It's almost like I find most people who seemed like weren't scared of horror as kids, they don't care about it as adults. But like a lot of the people who were most scared of it as kids seem to like it the most as older people.
Yeah,
because it stuck with them, and they learned more about
can
themselves and about
and they can identify with that emotion kind of thing. Most people who are like, "Oh, horror never scared me," they just say horror is boring or annoying or whatever they think, or offensive or whatever the fuck they think. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like because I think you had to start by being terrified of it. If you're really identifying with the emotions and ideas of horror, it's not going to resonate with you if it never scared you.
Agreed. I 100% can agree with that.
Yeah.
All right, go on. Yeah, there's been one thing that stuck with you. What was it?
Yeah, like I don't know. Like I'm trying to think. Like I remember even like when I was a kid, there was like we were in Salem. I was in Salem with my mom and a friend as I was a kid. I was coming up with something, and this is a good story, and to me at least. And there was like we were going to do a haunted house. I walked in in like the reception room of the haunted house. There was this like werewolf statue, and that scared me. Just the werewolf statue, not even the actual haunted house. That I was screaming, freaking out, and ran out. Now I fucking love werewolves, which is funny. I know, it's one of my favorite types of monsters. Now I have like a werewolf collection of books and shit. It's just funny to me that happened like that. That's how life goes, I guess. It didn't like traumatize me, but I was like freaking the fuck out. Oh fuck, a werewolf! I don't think I believed in werewolves or anything. I don't know. Just the image of it was so freaky to me.
Yeah, it may have just like been like, no.
Yeah, this is not for me. I realized at that time, at least.
I hopefully this isn't like too. It's Cricket. Your thing with aliens. That's not like a personal thing, right?
Well, the closest I can think of, or really the cause for it, I want to say, for this sort of visceral reaction.
Well, no, before you go on, I was literally referring to like if I said it out loud, like your fear of a certain part.
Go for it.
I didn't want it to be inappropriate, obviously, because it's not inappropriate, obviously, but I wanted to make sure.
Yeah.
Don't worry, I'm good.
No, so a long time ago, like I used to watch like weird alien video shit in front of Cricket all the time, and he used to be skeeved out by it, but I didn't understand it. And Cricket told me a long time ago. After a while, he's just like, things with no nose make him paranoid. Especially,
it's uncanny valley.
Yeah, the gray aliens. They straight up, he didn't sleep that night, and I felt horrible because I did that to him, and it wasn't on purpose. It was just that's what I did as a kid anyway, and he had such a visceral reaction to me. I've never done it to him again. Literally out of the fact that I felt so bad that I did that. I he knows now that I never meant to hurt him. It was just who I am. It's just
happened.
But he had such a visceral reaction to it. I was as scared for him. He didn't go to sleep at all. He stayed up all night. It just I find things like that interesting. Like you sent a thing about a puck wedgie. Like I was scared as a kid of puck wedgies.
Yeah,
fucking terrified.
That's cool. It's gonna sound heartless, but that's cool to me because I only learned about puck wedgies recently. So you're like a living example of someone who was influenced by the folklore. You know what I mean?
My grandfather used to terrify the shit out of me as a kid with it.
Really?
Like he used to. It was a way of him like.
Was he like part Native American, like part Wampanoag or anything like that?
Yeah.
Okay.
I told you that if I go back like 2 generations, my my great grandmother was a chieftain's daughter.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you told me that before. I just forgot about it.
So we
I
know
love how
about.
we live in Rhode Island, and you're basically the Peter Griffin.
It's
You just got family in every which way that you can point to.
because my ancestors fucked everything.
I get that, but it's like,
They were
what the fuck?
I'm third generation, not Rhode Island, even just my town. I'm third generation. My mother went born and raised in the same town, like literally right down the street from where I live now, and my grandparents obviously lived there too.
But yeah, any which way, like he used to scare me as a kid. I remember being so terrified at night to get out of my bed because a puckwudgie was going to eat my feet.
Eat your feet.
And this idea as a kid where my grandfather would basically like he would purposely sneak into my room at night and then grab my feet and run out the door
Oh God,
just to
he was
fuck with me.
hardcore.
My grandfather is a hardcore dude. I love him to death. He's the dude who's taught me like to make a joke out of everything. I love my
Yeah,
grandfather
and
to
he was the
death.
one who was in World War II too, right? Is that recall?
No, no, he wasn't in World War
Oh,
II.
that's a different one.
That
Okay.
was my other grandfather. This is my grandfather
Okay.
who
Sorry.
that grandfather was very serious. He was a military man, but
Yeah.
this
Mhm.
grandfather is always making jokes. Cricket has met him on multiple occasions. Literally
Mm.
nothing is serious to this man. Everything's a joke.
That's great. I love people like that.
Um, but he used to terrify me as a kid of like puckwudgies because he would tell me like, "Oh, they're basically little goblin creatures that'll come into your room at night, and if you don't sleep with a blanket on, they'll like eat your toes." And he knew I already had sensory issues with my feet, so he
Mm.
loved fucking doing
Oh God.
it. He loved being that asshole. Um, so as a kid, yes, I actually that was you brought up a memory that I haven't thought about in years of like, holy shit, pugwudgies! Like, oh my god, I remember literally shitting my bed because I was too scared to get out of bed to go to the bathroom.
Oh Christ. No, I was just reading about like Rhode Island lore, and I came into
Yeah,
puckwudgies, and
no, that's a real thing. I was so fucking terrified as a kid. But go on, Cricket. What were you gonna say? Sorry, he mentioned the folklore stuff, and
Yeah,
I got on puckwudgies, and I'm sorry I interrupted you. Go ahead. What were you saying?
um, it's a weird place that it comes from, but what was the name of it? It was the sort of live action Looney Tunes thing where like they were trying to get a crystal monkey or something.
Oh, is that
Either
the
way,
second movie?
yeah, whatever it was. They were trying to get this thingy from a government alien facility thing, and one of the creatures that is released, including a Dalek,
Yeah, I know.
um, it was just this thing that, in looking at it now, it was an animatronic head of a person covered in a rubber mask
Mm.
that had no nose. It was like it looked like it had been chopped off and just covered over. And it just looked like a mutilated human skin mask that was bleached white. And then it had this inhuman roar as it lumbered towards the characters.
oh,
And it
freak
just,
the shit out of you.
yeah. And
I
ever
mean,
since then, just Uncanny Valley.
that's a
Actually,
good reaction to something like that happening to you, you know?
Like, fucking,
I have a
you
kind of
see
story
that
like that I just
in
realized too.
real life. If you don't have an axe, you're running backwards because you don't want to look away from it because it might just teleport towards you or something.
I have a very specific thing that skeeves me out, and it's because of a similar thing.
Oh.
Oh,
The thing is, all right, you know the heel and the Achilles heel, like that part of the back of the foot.
Mhm.
yep.
Injuries and like in
Oh
wounds to that are
no.
something that skeeves me out big time. And you know why?
A very
Because
specific movie.
no, not the Evil Dead. I didn't see the Evil Dead until later in my life. It was sufficiently old to have seen that. When I was a kid, this is stupid. This is so stupid, but it's still something that affects me to this day. My mom, we were watching, you know those like medical shows they used to have on TLC, like Real
Yeah.
Emergency Room and all that. My mom,
Oh,
was watching those, and I was sitting in the room, and And I just remember that I remember that it was like it wasn't even the actual thing of it. It was like the preview of that episode, and they showed some like nasty ass like carved up like rotting like Achilles heel wound,
Mm.
and it freaked the shit out. And it's so stupid, but to this day, an injury right to that spot is something that like I don't like that.
That's why even while watching The Evil Dead, you were like, ah.
But now I'm in a way of like, oh, that's such a good effect, and I love that. Like it gets me because you know what I mean, because that's something that
Because it works.
Yeah,
yeah,
it's
because it works for
effective.
me. It works on me, yeah. Because that weird hang up I have about like wounds to the back of the foot and the heel because of like some weird stupid childhood thing I saw on TV.
No, I think we all have something like that. Like a lot of
Yeah.
90s kids are terrified of aliens because of the X-Files
Yeah.
specifically.
Mm.
So I mean, my wife and my brother, they can't be in the room when the X-Files theme is playing. It skeeves them out. They don't
Mhm.
like it. They both know where it comes from now, like it's a techno song, but
Yeah.
no, they dislike it because it brings up memories of like hearing it for the
Being
first time,
afraid. Yeah.
and they don't like that. And I understand that. I completely do. I have weird. It was. Does anyone have anything else to say, by the way, before I move on to
No, you can go on.
the last two things? So going from the alien thing, I have a story about my brother. It happened to him, not me. Now, you guys know, as a kid, I was obsessed with aliens. I have made this very clear on
Mhm.
multiple occasions.
Yeah.
I love aliens. Still to
We
this
like
day,
the mouse.
I still to this day, I love aliens, whether they be grays or just whatever. I love thinking of aliens. Um, my brother does not. He does not share my enthusiasm for
Enthusiasm.
A family who is the same way.
enthusiasm for extraterrestrial life. Yeah, Cricket, you do.
Why I was so into robotic aliens, like the Bionicle characters.
Yeah.
Because it's like, oh, it's metal. I don't have to worry about missing facial features.
um,
Same rules don't apply.
but the
Sorry.
the the story is, so my brother got up in the middle of the night, and now you guys know my brother. He's like the tough guy of the family. You
Oh
know,
yeah.
he a muscle head without the like actual intended muscles half the time, but he is a pretty fucking strong dude.
He's got retard strength on his side.
I don't think that's legal to say anymore, but cool, we'll move on.
Fuck you. That's what that's
We'll determine
Anyway, so he's not scared of many things, but one day he went into the kitchen to grab a glass of water one night, and he comes barreling back into the room, like panic mode, screaming, water's all over the place because he carried his cup with him, and it's just, what is going on? And he's like, there's something in the backyard, it's moving around. And like, so my thought process as a kid was like, oh, so you saw a raccoon. Like, good job. But no, he till this day says it was a gray person walking in the backyard that was like
it.
4 feet tall. He won't say alien, I think, because that scares him too much.
Yeah, or
But
he thinks it sounds weird, kind of thing.
but he thinks it, like, at first he thought it was a little person.
Mhm.
Because in his kid brain he's just like, maybe it's a drunk person in our backyard, but it still
Mm.
scared him so much to the point
Yeah.
where till this day when you bring it up, he has trouble
can't.
talking about it because he just doesn't
Mm.
like to think about it,
Yeah.
whatever it was. But and I honestly, I think he was just freaked out because I was watching shit that night because I had control of the TV, because we had to,
No.
you had to.
And you're probably watching it.
Yeah.
Personally.
Yeah, I was always watching shit like that. And so
Yeah.
I think that he was just paranoid from a night of watching something he didn't like or want to see,
Mhm.
but sat there anyway because there was nothing else to do in the house. And it had a profound effect on him. Like, he till this day doesn't like talking about that night, and I've tried to get him to talk about it. You know, I've tried to get him to tell me like what he thinks he saw, but he'll never say the word alien.
Hmm.
He will never say the word alien, and I honestly think it's because that freaks him out more than
Mhm.
just the idea that he saw something scary.
Hmm. He'll be like,
A
it's it, the
possibility.
creature, that kind of shit. Yeah.
Yeah, he'll always either say it was like a little person, or it was a little person, or it was what did he say? Or like a fat raccoon or something. He thinks like maybe the raccoon was standing upright because you know raccoons
Hmm.
do that sometimes.
Yeah.
So that's his rationale for that situation.
Hmm.
Which you know when you think about it, that's not
Probably true.
yeah. It's most definitely that's what it was in my
Mhm.
opinion, honestly.
It's probably just a big
Because why the
raccoon
fuck
hanging
would
out
a gray alien show up in your backyard?
Yeah, and that's my rationale to that. Like,
Yeah.
why the fuck would there be an alien? I think it was just his nerves. So here's the funny thing. So every night
Mhm.
after that, every time he would have to go into the kitchen at night, he wouldn't go in the kitchen unless somebody else went in there with him to shut the curtains.
Oh.
So he never ever went in the kitchen unless someone shut the curtains first because he would
Mhm.
not go near the curtains. He was so petrified of being near
Whatever he
that
saw that night.
of being near that window that yeah, whatever it caused a reaction in him that
Mhm.
he still
I'm a
doesn't like to talk
horrible
about.
person because the first thing I think of is once he goes to bed, like sneaking out and putting a
Shine lights
gray
through the window
alien
or
mask
something.
on a stick outside.
You got to do it up. You got to get like there's a spaceship landing. You have to like put like big like floodlights out there and
No,
point
no,
them
no.
into the
I would
window.
just do the mask.
We
That's too.
had we had floodlights.
Yeah.
That house had floodlights.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you just point the floodlights into the window. These are like the archetypal image of like, oh, like the kind of like Close Encounters of the Third Kind kind of image of like
Dude, he
the
would
lights going through. He
fucking
would.
scream. I don't think one person in our neighborhood would be asleep.
It's such a horrible thought, too.
Like I don't think anyone in our neighborhood would ever sleep again. It would be such a blood curdling scream.
Oh, I need to stop because I'm just thinking of that happening and how bad it would be.
And how
Mhm.
much you would laugh.
How much I would laugh, and then it would be obvious who did it, and then how dead I would be. Okay?
It's just yeah, I don't know what he saw that
Oh,
night. Obviously, I still think to this day it was just like a fat raccoon
yeah.
because I we had animals in that neighborhood, but you know we never had raccoons that I saw. But you know maybe we just got one wanderer. Maybe it was
Yeah.
just a
Yeah.
big cat or something.
It's
I
more.
don't know.
Well, it's still more likely than it's a goddamn alien.
Yeah,
Yeah.
obviously. I
Honestly, if
I
it was
I think
like
it's
a
just bothered
raccoon
him.
or like a large rat
Oh,
or like
large
a possum who just was like, "Oh, apple tree,"
Well, we didn't
or
have an
whatever.
apple tree.
Right.
Found something that
I
caught
get
his
it
interest.
mixed up with
We
the
had the
current.
garden. Yeah, we had the garden, remember?
Yeah.
So
Okay.
it could have
Yeah.
been that. We had that big ass garden that my dad used to have to like chase all the rabbits out of.
Yeah.
So
But something like that.
or it could have just been a big ass rabbit, maybe.
An
Oh,
animal.
that too. Yeah.
There's even that. You know, I
Shit.
never even thought about that. It could have just been a big ass rabbit.
Its ears could have been down, and it could have looked like arms.
Could have stood up
Yep.
because you know, you had a
And
rabbit.
then
You
the
know how
light would have caused its eyes to like shine, which would
I'm just
scare it.
seeing what we were talking about a little bit ago. Now, still the whole thing of like if you like horror, then it's more likely that you were terrified of it as a kid. Because like I barely watched horror movies as a kid because like the covers of them were enough to scare me. Like
yeah.
the like,
So
and now I'm into them. It's interesting to me.
so yeah, thinking about that, do you guys have anything like that that used to terrify you as a kid from like a simple thing? 'Cause I have a perfect example, but I want you guys to go first.
Mhm.
Was there
Um,
anything like that for you guys, that like you just saw it and it was an instant nope, get the fuck out of here, I'm in danger type situation?
Okay, I think like everything horror for me, like everything. It was remotely scary. I didn't like it.
I have no idea off the top
Like
of my head.
remember, so like when I was a kid, remember when Scream, those movies were very popular
Oh,
films,
they're
and all the
so
kids
good.
wore those costumes of like the mask, or the Scream mask, and
Mhm.
that shit. Seeing other kids dressed in Scream masks was enough to make me terrified. That's how bad I was.
Mm.
Like
Alright.
I was that sensitive to that kind of thing. No, I didn't even need to watch the movie. Just the costume was enough to terrify me.
Yeah, just the costume was enough to
On
put
a
you
Halloween night,
out.
you put me like, nope, I'm done. And like it's so strange that on surface level that I like horror now, but at the same time it's not, because like I said, if you had to at some point in your life identify with that emotion to really passionately like something like that.
Yeah, see, I wasn't really scared of horror stuff when I was a kid, I grew up with it, so I ended up
Mhm.
falling in love with it. Horror became something that I just truly fell in love with, and it became part of my daily love. I can't deny. I mean, you guys know this. I literally can't deny my love for horror. I have tons of horror movies, good, bad, cheesy, Z, B, D films all over my house because I love horror. I think it's one of the most charming like genres. I even love the cheesiness of it. Like
Mhm.
uh I love the musical fucking Rocky Horror
Rocky Horror Show,
and
yeah.
and uh shit Little Shop of Horror. Like essentially
See,
those are horror musicals. Say for all
mhm.
intents and purposes. One deals with more body horror and stuff like that, and the other is just a satirical look at horror as a whole, but still it's there.
I will say one thing. A lot of some like so bad it's good I can laugh at it, but a lot of that doesn't do that much for me. What I really like is like things that are really authentically made to be scary.
Oh yeah, and
That's like what I'm more into
totally
all the
understand
time.
that. It's just I grew up with so many things that are so bad that I've begun
Yeah,
to, like you guys know this. I genuinely love Zed movies.
yeah.
I think Zed
Fucking
movies
Canadian now.
are, huh?
You're fucking Canadian now, Zed.
I mean, that's kind of just how I refer to them because I don't like calling them
Yeah, I
Z
know.
movies. Zed
I
movie just sounds
just
cool.
thought that was funny.
Yeah, I genuinely love Zed movies. Teenagers from Outer Space and Ed Wood is, God bless that crazy fucking cokehead, because goddamn, I just love it. I love the ridiculous.
Mm.
I love the absurd. But yeah, so you had like horror, anything horror related as a kid that really
Just freaked
terrified
me
you,
out.
and
Yeah,
Cricket,
like,
did
I
you have
was,
anything that was like kind of ridiculous, like for obviously for cause that was just seeing kids wear a Scream outfit was enough to be like, nope, I'm not doing anything today. Did you have
yeah.
anything like that, like as a kid, that it was just a dumb thing that you look back on?
Unfortunately, I can't really think of anything specific.
Oh, okay.
Um, hmm.
So there was nothing that, like,
I guess
when you saw it, you were just
I
like,
I
oh,
think
I'm
I
uh,
not
actually
doing
know
that.
what Hobo was gonna bring up here.
you know what? You know what? One very minor thing
Hmm.
was Bill Nye the Science Guy. Once there was this thing where he talked about um, just what different animals ate and what
And
Venus
spiders. It's gonna be
flytraps ate,
spiders. Oh.
and he was just like, they ate meat, and then it just shows a fly getting crushed with hypersensitive sound effects.
Fuck.
Fucking
And
Bill Nye gave you nightmares.
about Venus
Funny
flytraps.
thing, you were telling childhood stories about Bill Nye. I cracked my head open watching Bill Nye once.
I think you told us that, and both of our
Yeah,
responses were, "What the fuck?"
because Bill Nye was on. And I was sitting on my mom's bed, I remember, and I was so excited about Bill Nye being on TV that I like freaked out and started moving around. So I fell back, the bed rolled back, and I bashed my head against the wall, and then there's like my armor's on the white wall, seeing a smear of my own blood on the wall. It's a weird memory I have. All because I got so hyped up. It was like Bill Nye time and fucking fell and
Bill
hurt
Nye,
myself.
crack.
Imagine.
Dead.
I think that
I
was,
remember
like,
this
I
one
never got hurt
story.
bad as a kid, but that was probably like the closest I've been to having a serious injury as a kid. Was that one time? Like,
I'm
bad,
just
man, real good.
now thinking of that one time where a guy was in a coma, but he was aware. He was lucid dreaming almost.
Yeah.
And he had Barney playing on his TV. And he couldn't stop it. And he hated Barney.
This is my personal hell. I deserve this.
No. Instead, eventually, he became so like psychotically furious, hating Barney, that he ended up actually managing to move himself again. Just
Turn it off.
He awoke himself from a coma out of rage.
That sounds like the best like situation of the joke I hate boner.
Yep.
Yeah. I thought it was
Just
gonna, I was
rage
gonna say
power
some
boost.
Doomslayer shit, like you just wake up out of rage from your coma.
You smell the Nazi blood and just immediately
Smash
back
the
to battle.
TV. Actually, some people can hear in comas. That's why they leave like TVs on in coma
Yeah.
rooms and shit. Like that,
And they
put
tell you to
videos.
talk to
just
them, yeah.
heard it, but
Yeah,
who knows? Either way, I enjoyed this idea. The image of just
that is funny.
Barney.
That's hilarious.
That is
ridiculous.
actually very,
Imagine
very
if you've
funny.
been listening to Barney for years and you're just going insane from it. Literally, can't take fucking Barney anymore.
Snaps.
I heard snaps, wakes up from a coma, bolts up from a coma, smashes the TV, and then flops back into the coma. That's how I like to imagine it happening.
Oh my god, yeah.
It's like bolts up, one quick jab, smashes the glass pane of the
And then
TV, and just
like
flops back.
violence.
Boom, boom, boom. Three quick moments. He's back into a coma.
Fuck this television.
Please change the channel, motherfuckers.
I'm in a coma. I'm not stupid.
I'm in a coma.
I'm an adult.
Put the news on or some shit. I don't know.
Actually, no, I probably would want to die. Just put on the news.
Put some music on or something. No, I got it. They turn the music on. It's like an eternal loop of the Kids Bop albums they used to do. Remember those?
They still do them.
They
Yeah.
still do those? What, they still make those?
Yeah.
Yes.
They haven't improved.
Which is weird. What was always weird to me with those, for one, is they weren't like musician kids. They were just like random kids off the street singing. I didn't understand that. Like,
No,
you think
they
it'd be,
were
like-
actually like little professional singers. They
Oh,
they
really?
actually always hire. Yeah, it sounds terrible when you like now think about it. You're like, wait, these are the kids they paid for?
Yeah, like when I heard it, it sounded like they just took like random kids and have them sing. They like didn't have any
I
special
feel
singing.
like they would do way better if they actually had some material to work with, but they were basically just remixing existing songs that they probably didn't have any heart in whatsoever.
There are so many songs that shouldn't be sung by kids that are on those albums, and I love
Oh,
the changes
I
they
know.
made. They're fucking fantastic.
Oh, they censor them, yeah, because they're like,
You
Yeah, just play the
you
song or
cannot
whatever, like,
convince
yeah.
me that some of those aren't genius. Like you should look it up. I think it still exists. If I remember correctly, they have a version of not Eminem of 50 Cent's Magic Stick.
the Candy Shop song.
Candy Shop. You're right.
That's a line from you. Let me let you lick a
Yeah,
lolly. Yeah. It's a very sexual song.
They have a Kids Bop version.
Oh God, what are they singing it?
You have to see it yourself one day.
I'll
Well,
have to look it up
yeah,
another night or something.
one day when you're just like, I want to torture myself. Let me search this
And you know
thing,
what's funny
this
is that
demon
song was
song.
popular when I was a kid, and we all like listened to it as kids, not really knowing what it was about.
Yeah, my
It
mom
was
used to
one of those things.
sing. My mom and her best friend used to sing Prince all, like at the top of their lungs
Oh yeah, and that was like a
when
lot
they
of
were
his songs are
kids.
pretty technical.
A lot of his songs. I don't think he wrote a song that wasn't sexual.
True, you're right. I mean, yeah, that's true.
Prince was the king of sex. He was a
If
literal
it's,
sex icon.
Yeah. It's just there's some funny stuff about how like the Kid Bop, they like these horrible like things of Kids Bop, and it was like, why do these exist? And what's funny is that they still make them, so the people must buy them because if they wouldn't keep making them, people didn't
Yeah,
buy them. But, like,
Christian parents.
oh, okay, that makes sense. They
They
want like
have
the
they have a
version.
heavy they have a very heavy influence in the Christian community.
Really? I didn't know that.
Mm-hmm.
That makes
Like
total
the
sense.
fanatical Christian groups and stuff.
Yeah,
Oh, there you go.
they have a
Now I know.
very heavy hold in the Christian community.
Huh. Because I always wondered, like, who's funding this?
Yeah,
Who's
who's
buying
buying
this? Like,
these? Yeah. Yeah.
I don't even think kids generally would prefer like the Kids Bop version to the actual version of the song.
Yeah.
I don't even think it'd be children most of the time would want that. That must be it. Yeah, you're right. I learned something new today.
Knowledge
The more
power.
you know.
Oh, speaking of that, I can go back now. I can talk about mine.
Oh,
So
sorry, we got so off track there.
normally I would just go with the simplest thing, and that's the movie Them.
Yeah, I was gonna say that was what I thought you were gonna say.
But I'm gonna actually go against that and tell you guys something else instead. As a kid, it's something that used to freak me the fuck out, and I would not be able to sleep as a kid. Was the and this is such a weird, obscure thing. So I used to have these stickers from you guys ever got what were they called? They had like animal magazines.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. They used to advertise them on TV all the time.
Yeah, I used to
Zoo
get them.
books or something.
Yeah, zoo books. Yeah, I used to get zoo books, and so if you don't remember this, there was a biology version of zoo books. And so one time my mom got me one of the biology ones, which was really cool. I wanted it. It came with these really cool stickers and whatnot. So it came with stickers like eyes, nose, ears, whatever. I was so scared because I put the eye sticker on my closet.
And then it glowed in the dark.
No, they didn't glow. That was the problem. If they glowed, I'd know they were there. But for some reason, my stupid kid brain was like, they're looking at you. There's something looking at you. It's going to look at you. Look over there. It's looking at you. And it's so like in my head,
Just remove the sticker.
Huh?
Just remove the sticker there.
I did eventually. It just, that freaked me out. I don't know what it was or why, but just having that sticker made it feel like someone was actually watching me. And what made it worse is that later on, our house ended up getting infested with termites. So you hear the scratching in the walls, which freaked me out even more.
Yeah.
Because then I would think like, now my fears are legitimate. Now there's actually something there.
Something in there, yeah. That's funny. Not, you know what I mean.
I mean, it's pretty funny. Stupid fucking kid who's
strange.
just like, there's a stupid sticker on my wall and I could remove it, but I'm not gonna because you're a fucking idiot.
I don't know. Okay, it is pretty fucking funny. I'm
It's
like,
really fucking funny.
it's so
It's
so
so fucking
weird. I don't
stupid. Yeah, and
understand.
that was what I mean. It is such a weird thing. Like, I was terrified of my closet. I wouldn't go in it. I wouldn't go near it, and
He
I could
was
have
not in the closet.
I could have removed the sticker at any time, but for some reason my dumb brain was like, no, don't remove the sticker. You can't remove the sticker. I think it was because, like, as a kid, when you have something that's your own, you're like, I don't want to ruin it.
Yeah, you have like even if it's gonna terrify you, you
Yeah,
have
you
the
have like
preservation.
you have like this
Yeah.
idea that like it's yours. I don't know. It's stupid. I don't even know if that's like actually true. Like for my case of like, oh, this is mine. I just remember being scared of that closet to the point where my mom would come in at night and open the closet and show me that there's nothing in there. Like I was a little kid, like very very little.
It's funny.
So
It's
so
just,
it's such a
I know you were a
stupid
kid, but
thing.
it's just a stupid, like non-logical thing.
Yeah, but that's what I was talking about. I was asking
That's
like
what kids are.
that's why I was asking like, do you guys have a weird illogical thing that as a kid made sense for no, like it doesn't have to make sense for any other reason other than you were a stupid kid.
I actually okay. I thought it's not even a kid thing. It's actually a later thing. But like this is how do I explain this? Like on your hair, where your hair parts in the back and shit. Like there's a spot that's usually like almost like some people have it. That's like the eye of the storm of your hair. You know what I'm referring to?
Yes.
Yeah.
I have like a lifelong fear of an injury in that spot. I don't know why.
I
I
mean
just do.
that's not that illogical. That makes
No,
sense.
it's just weird, like why that specific spot. I've always had a fear. When I was kind of like fucked up in the head, I have this weird paranoia about being injured in that spot. Like that someone's gonna like struck like with something or like someone's gonna hit me right there and it was gonna like fuck my brain. I don't know why. It's just something it's weird.
It's
It's
gonna
something I know
fuck
it's
my
not
brain.
rational. What?
They'll attack the weak point for massive damage.
Yeah, some stupid shit like that. Even though that's not like an actual weak point in your skull.
It's your
It's just where the
offspring.
hair is like.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's what.
that's what I was
So
talking about. Like, did you guys have anything that was like that, where it was like, it makes no sense as an adult, that, and you're just like, why was
yeah,
I so
like,
stupid as a kid? Like, this is
I still
dumb.
don't like that spot being touched on my head. That bothers me really bad.
Yeah, see, it still affects you in
Yeah,
a weird
don't
way,
touch
but
me there.
that's my no
That's
no
my brain
square.
spot.
That's your
That's
no
my
no square.
brain spot. Don't touch my brain square. You're gonna fuck with my brain, man.
That's your no no square.
Yeah, a little spot in the back of my head. Yeah. My description probably doesn't make sense, but you know what I mean? Like where your hair is kind of
Yeah,
like
I
the
know
eye
what
of
you
the
meant.
storm. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Oh
I always thought,
man.
I don't know, my brain just thought, like, my young brain just thought, like, I don't know, like that's just like this is a weird vulnerable spot on your head or something.
If they touch this, you will die.
Yeah, I actually kind of thought that at one point. Not that I
No
would die.
way.
Actually, I had a weirder, more specific fear that my mind would be erased and I'd be like an amnesiac. I knew even then I knew it didn't make sense,
It's
but it
your
just wasn't in my head.
reset button.
Exactly. Yeah, I thought it was
They
like a
talk about
reset
how I'm the
button.
robot here, but you're the one who literally had fears of having a reset button.
Yeah, you're still
I
the
don't know
robot
why.
though.
I can't even recall like why this originated in my psyche, but it
Because
did.
it happened.
Oh God, I'm the second person to occupy this body. There was another before.
Cricket's gonna eventually fuck with someone so bad doing shit like that that they're gonna actually develop a paranoia.
Oh, it's gonna be his kids, yeah.
Either
He's
that,
gonna fuck with his kids
or
in my
like
family.
it's gonna be his nieces and nephews or whatever, and he's
Yeah,
just gonna
or
fuck
like
with them
some family
so
child.
hard that they're just gonna never trust anything in the universe again.
Ah, I read a story about this kid's mother, and her kid came home from camp crying, and it was because she got laughed at. And like, why did you get laughed at? Because they're saying doing some activity with something involving shouting out colors in their sports game when that affected who did what or whatever. But and she had knew all the colors wrong, and she was getting all the colors wrong, and she had no sense of the right color names, and like her fucking co-part co-campers whatever, and the campers were all laughing at her. And then she talked to her husband about it, and her husband admitted he had taught their daughter the colors all wrong because he thought it'd be funny.
No, I actually know something similar to that. Of
Oh, really?
yeah, so uh, there used to be this kid in our neighborhood who
Mhm.
we thought was dyslexic or something because he would just say shit backwards. But it
Like the
turns
name
out,
thing.
yeah, it turns out that his older brother was just a huge dick and taught him that in order to speak properly, you actually have to speak backwards, but our ears hear it in the correct manner. So he would try to say everything fucked up because
So fucked up.
he truly believed in his soul that if he said things backwards, people would understand him better. And this went on for years, by the way.
Oh god.
And the
So that
parents
probably
had no idea. He basically told him that like adults are okay, but you can only speak to children this way.
So
oh
that
god,
way
that's fucked
mom
up.
and dad won't find out what he did.
Yeah, exactly. The fucking point.
Okay, that brother is evil, but he's also like 9,000 IQ for being able to do that and think of all those details.
And keep it fucking like concise as
Like
well,
straight,
yeah.
yeah, and keep it like straight, like the
That
like he
is
even like built like protection for himself, getting in trouble from the parents into the system. Like that's 9,000 IQ.
That is a scary person to encounter in the modern day. I don't know what
Oh
he's
god,
gonna do.
he's gonna be like a cult leader or some shit. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I don't know anything about those people anymore.
Dream
I'm
after
sure.
hard.
Yeah,
The
probably don't
council
want to. I
side
mean,
is big.
Yeah, it just I don't know. Kids are dumb, man.
but I love this my story too. It's so funny. It's like the husband's I'm gonna teach you all the colors wrong because he thought it was funny.
That's a fucked up thing to do. It's great though. But see, here's the thing: like, I can't blame him because that would totally be something I'd do to my kids.
Oh, yeah, that's something that would come to your mind.
I'd
You would think
commit
of
to
that.
that.
Roger would end you for doing it.
Yeah, I know. That would be the funny part. That'd be the creme de la creme part.
Broja eventually inevitably finds out.
She fucking murders me.
Just strangling you for
You taught our
damage.
kids the colors wrong.
That'd be fucking great. You know what'd even be better if you taught them imaginary numbers, like numbers that don't exist.
Oh god, yeah, like squabble is after 2 or something. Something retarded. 1, 2, squabble 4.
And
The
then
thing is, I know my own luck, and if I did something like that, I would start to program myself.
You would believe it.
Fucking squabble.
you'd
I
start to
could actually
believe
see that.
you'd start to
You
believe your
start to
own
believe your
lie.
own bullshit.
No, I wouldn't even believe it. I would just be like habit because I
Yeah,
try to use it around the kid to reinforce it.
you just become like me in the word poggers and dope and shit.
Exactly, which is why I would not do this.
Not any ethical reason, just you don't want to get yourself fucked up.
Yep.
Guess that's a good reason. Not a
I kind of like the idea of just like making a fake mythology and teaching that to my children or something. Like I don't know, something ridiculous to
Well,
just teach your
that's where
children.
all those tales come from. Tell me a story, Daddy. Okay,
Uh,
there's a story about a little girl and a basket, just getting a basket of treats to the grandma. And just
this is how Red
bullshitting
Riding
it, and that
Hood. Yeah.
eventually becomes some big story.
Maybe tell your kids like when your kid asks like kid questions like why is the sky blue? Just make something up on the spot and just stick to it.
I mean, yeah, I plan on it. At
Or
least to see how long it can last.
or better yet, write up a kind of coherent mythology, like storylines for the kid right when they're born, and like so you can have like coherent interlocking fake shit. It's just like, oh, why is the sky blue? I don't know, because you're inside the blue eye of the great giant poopy head. I don't know, whatever you want to call him, and the great giant, and you start like working into like the notion into the kid's mind that like we live inside of the great eye of a giant or something.
So basically, Bionicle mythology.
That's fuck me. Why does everything come back to Bionicle with this fucking book?
I wasn't even gonna make any jokes about that.
I had to because I knew you weren't going to because you were gonna be like, it's too easy.
Yeah.
Everything is Bionicle with you. Is this a conspiracy theory or something? That I'm entering like everything is Bionicle in Bionicle.
The only thing that isn't Bionicle is Hero Factory. Also Gallimore.
BREL.
Huh?
Oh my
RREL.
god.
Yeah, you're trying to spell barrel, but you
Yeah.
can't. BARREL.
Yeah.
Two R's and an EL.
Thank you.
I'm watching you on stream.
Yeah,
I
can't think. I stopped for a second and went over to Google and I was like, okay, I gotta type this in because my brain isn't working. Like I knew how to spell it. If you watched the beginning, I started spelling it and then I deleted the whole thing and then was like,
what's he doing?
yeah, my
Real?
my fucking brain was trying to put things together that didn't exist.
You were overthinking it. Just write the word barrel.
It was like that my fun fact today. You can't actually read while you're dreaming. Maybe I'll just
now I'm like trying to dream about books and shit just to see if that's true or not. Like I'm gonna, like,
yeah, it's 100.
You will know what is written in them, but you can't read them.
Yeah, everything.
Oh,
well,
really?
even when you are
because
looking
you're
at
generating the books.
yeah. So even when you're
okay.
looking at something that you know how to spell perfectly, like your own name, it could be spelled like a few letters off and look right at glancing, but then when you look back, it's completely jumbled.
That's interesting.
It's your brain's way of conserving energy and whatnot while it's
Some shit, yeah.
still like some kind of conscious. I'm not a neurologist.
Think of it like how in a video game, when you aren't looking at a part of the world,
it's not rendering.
Yeah.
It doesn't load words. And the words are generated from what you're thinking right at the moment.
Yeah.
Just imagine like it turns out real life is like video games when no one's looking at something, it's not loading. That's the answer to like the tree fall when the tree falls. Is anyone in the woods? No one here is noise.
Isn't that a theory anyway?
Yeah.
Well, that's like I guess that's like simulation hypothesis type stuff. Like
I guess
for argument why a simulation
I don't
would
like
possibly
simulation theory.
Yeah, it would probably freak you out. I'm interested in it.
No,
but
it's not that it freaks me out or not. It's that
it makes no
what
fucking
do you
sense.
learn from it?
Well, yeah, it's kind of just a new interpretation of like older existential shit. Like, oh, what if, like in Descartes' writing, it was like the demon who convinces you that everything could be false and that shit. It's just like the newest update on like that kind of existential skepticism.
Yeah.
Of like, does anything real? That kind of thing.
Does anything real?
That's the joke, you know. Does anything real?
Does anything exist?
I mean, when you get down to the nitty gritty of it, we kind of just eventually have to take a leap of faith because I would make an argument from utility. Maybe there is always a reason to doubt anything outside of our own minds, the absolute knowledge of it existing. But if we choose to believe that the world is fake, well, then what then? There's nothing to do.
Yeah. What do we do now?
Yeah.
Yeah. There's no. Eventually, you just gotta say, okay, I'm gonna live as if the world is real because. Well, then if not, I'm just gonna sit around and do nothing, and then I'm not gonna come. That kind of thing. Like, you know where I'm getting at.
Yeah, you're gonna come to the conclusion that like nothing's
self-destructive nihilism.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're just gonna like fucking smoke crack and sit in your room all day. That's all. That's the conclusion you're gonna come to if you decide to believe that reality isn't real, kind of thing.
Yeah.
Like there's no reason to do anything in that case. So
speaking of something similar to that, I watched a live streamer basically say that he wishes he could smoke crack and then play Smash Brothers. And then he was just like, and then also like at the end of the day, just like not in a gay way, but have sex with your bros. Like, how would that be? And people were like, "Dear God, you need to talk to someone."
But I get the idea of what he's saying is like, what is it like? Like you want to know.
We have no idea what he was on about. That was just like his whole conversation was like
But
he.
when you see that the idea of like how he was like, you want to know what having sex. You don't want to have sex with a man, but you're curious. What's it like? That kind of thing.
Oh, okay. Uh,
No, I'm not saying I don't want to have sex with a man or anything, but you know what I mean.
well, we already know that you've said it before. Like, if you were to have sex with a man, it would definitely be like a big fucking buff dude.
Well, yeah, because
Y-
you're gonna do it. Just go all out. I mean, you're not gonna like. If you, some people say like, oh, I'd have this guy. I'd rather be like a feminine man or something. Like, no, that's stupid. It's still a man.
It's
Just
not
get it
gonna
done.
change the fine. Yeah, you might as
It's
well
not
have
gonna make it
sex with
like, that much
You
better.
might as well have sex with Macho Man Randy Savage.
Randy Savage.
He's
Exactly,
gonna give
like-
you one hell of a smackdown, brother.
That's fucking Hulk Hogan.
My God. I'm trying to make this look better like a barrel, but now it just looks like a bob cut and it's annoying me.
You're just fortifying that building so much with those little swingy things.
Fortifying.
I think this looks better. It's fine. It looks like a helmet, but I'll get over it later. I'll fix it
I'll
later.
leave this as the hole, so
This
that
is-
way when you come over, we can just jump down
Yeah.
this.
Brayden, what do you think about this?
Looks pretty nice.
Little tiny potion shop in like a mossy, gross basement with like grimy windows.
Ah. I thought it was supposed to be a tavern. This is the rotten
That
barrel.
sounds awesome. I can't wait to see it.
No, it's just a tiny little potion
Potion.
shop. Yeah, see, he has.
That's cool. Yeah.
There would be the shopkeep right here.
Mhm.
These are the barrels that would house his like product. This is where he makes his potions. And I mean, you might be able to buy some brews from him, but this is just. And I gave it
They
this.
might have some alcohol under the counter, but it's not something he's usually selling.
Yeah, because there's honey, so there's gonna be mead.
Is there an animal on that like porch thing? Like,
Yeah,
there's
it's a
something on
fucking
there. Oh, yeah, it's a
spider.
spider.
Just being a dick.
He's just
then-
floating. What's he doing?
He's crawling on the walls. Look, if I go over
Oh.
here, there's another one up here. Say, they just like they crawl on fucking everything.
Yeah.
It's annoying as hell.
Oh yeah, Cricket doesn't like him, does he?
Well, mostly they're annoying, less because they're scary, and more because they just fucking make that sound all the fucking
he's-
time.
And they're kind of just there too.
Yeah, they kind of just fucking exist, and there we go. Yeah, so what do you think about this? I took that. I took this design of the regular common houses. The porch and everything, but I gave it a basement, and I turned that basement into a little potion shop underneath a house.
That's cool.
With, like these nasty, grimy looking windows.
Mm.
Yeah, the tainted barrel. Maybe he's a he's a poison dealer.
He's an alchemist.
Yeah, he just deals poisons. And then inside,
That's why the barrel is tainted.
a little lectern, so we can have
His
a
alcohol has
scholar.
the biggest kick. It'll knock you dead.
So yeah, that was my. This is my first little block in our new server. I think that's nice. I added this little addition to it because Cricket likes to use that little rivet style. Say,
Yeah.
But
You know what? You know what I've kind of thinking of potions and shit. People mix people mix Four Loko and fucking Monster, and I'm like, that sounds terrifying.
That sounds kind of like a stomachache waiting to happen.
Yeah, it sounds like that. Yeah, it doesn't sound fun at all.
No, it doesn't sound like a good drink. That just sounds like
gross.
Kind
it
of
sounds
might
like
throw up.
I need to fuck myself up. I need to feel
Exactly, that's the intention.
I was gonna say I think that's the intention, but at the same time I don't want to drink that. That doesn't sound appetizing.
No.
That's like when people say that they love like Goldschlager, and I'm like, how?
No, you don't. You just love getting fucked up fast.
Like, how could one physically like that fucking nasty drink? I have had Have you ever had Goldschlager?
I have not.
I have had it once in my life, and I can tell you
It's really strong, isn't it?
Yeah, but it also has like gold flakes in it, and it
Oh, I've heard of that. Yeah, it's a
just
really expensive one.
fucking
Why?
because it's supposed to be fancy, but it's super cheap. So it's like a cheaply made alcohol that'll fuck you up fast, but it tastes like garbage.
Fucks you up fast and tastes like ass.
But here's the
Well,
thing, like
it's like how the cheap liquor will get you drunk fast, but it's like disgusting and it'll give you bad headaches and hangovers and shit.
but here's the thing, like I've had some cheap alcohol that's been intensely good. Like I've had some cheap alcohol that have been so good. My thought was like, oh, well, I'm gonna switch over to this alcohol instead of using this one.
Mm-hmm.
This is actually genuinely tasty.
Mm-hmm.
So my idea is like, why would you intentionally drink something that tastes terrible just for the drunk effect? Like, you know, there's something that
you have
tastes
other options.
better. Yeah, exactly.
It's not even just cheap in terms of like money, cheap in terms of like quality. Like that doesn't that
Mhm.
stuff is more likely to give you like a bad hangover and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I
So
know that. I've never actually had a hangover, but yeah, I know that.
it that has always like, it's when people say like, I drink Pabst Blue Ribbon. I'm like, why?
Just drink anything else.
Literally drink elk piss.
Probably better.
It
Probably fuck you up easier too.
But here's the thing, like I've met people who say that the reason they drink PBR is not because it tastes good and not because it gets them drunk fast. It's literally it's just a thing they grew up with. Like they went to they went to high school parties and they drank that, so it's part of their youth now.
Mm.
And I'm like, yeah, I drank like Budweiser and shit, but I'm never gonna drink that crap again. You know, I guess I just have a standard when it comes to like what I want my alcohol to taste like, but
I just think of it from Blue Velvet, fucking. What do you drink? Budweiser. Fuck that shit. That shit's for pussies. Pabst Blue Ribbon. You know the David Lynch movie.
yeah,
I love
you know,
that.
David Lynch drinks Pabst Blue Ribbon.
It's because he's a fucking weirdo.
Well, no, it's because it's a cultural thing. He grew up with it
Mm-hmm.
in that part of the country.
He's obsessed with that. Like he's obsessed with that like old Americana thing too. As a part of it.
But it tastes fucking terrible. I mean, I've introduced you to
I've never
Yingling.
had it.
No, I mean,
like
I've introduced you to Yingling, which is America's oldest beer, and that tastes fantastic.
Yeah, I usually don't like beer, and I like that.
It tastes fantastic. I love.
Maybe I'm saying that because I've only had like Heineken and so like.
Yeah, when I tell people I like that beer, they're just like, "Why? It's so bitter." I'm like, because beer is bitter.
Yeah.
When you make an actual beer, it's supposed to be bitter. It's not supposed to be sweet or charming to your tongue. It's supposed to be
I do like that what's it called? Sam Adams 76. We had that one time that I've gotten since.
Oh
then.
yeah.
That's good.
Oh yeah.
It's almost like it's like that grapefruity flavor to it. It's nice.
I love how we're sitting here talking about alcohol. I feel so bad. Cricket doesn't drink.
I don't really drink very much either.
No. I maybe buy a case of beer every.
You guys can chat about that. I'm just putting the finishing touches.
I maybe buy a case of 8 beers, maybe 12 every 2 months.
Yeah, I know.
Like, I tend not to drink a lot, but like when I do drink, I like to at least have something with flavor. Yeah, I deserve something that's gonna taste good. I don't want to just get drunk.
Well, I guess people who drink a lot, they have the opposite mentality.
Yeah.
It's just what they do, yeah.
I love flavor though. I that's my problem though. I guess it's just all the years of me cooking and everything. Like I enjoy flavor. I want everything to have. Yeah.
You just want to like get drunk for it. Oh, I find that's more of an American. From what I've heard from people talking that are from Europe, so it's a very American thing to just want to drink it to get drunk.
Yeah. Europe,
like a lot of them.
What?
I know I was talking to someone on a forum who was from like I think it was like Poland or something. He's like when he was from Poland and then he went to school in America, something like that. And they would just like swig down the vodka and be like, "What?" And he would drink it slowly, and they'd be like, "Why do you drink that slowly? It's vodka. You chug it." And he's like, "I'm just enjoying the taste and texture of the vodka." And they'd be like, "What?"
Yeah, like it's super confusing.
Yeah, to Americans, we just think of vodka, I gotta chug it and get it drunk and get drunk, get fucked up. But someone from Poland, it's like, no, I'm enjoying my vodka.
Well, it's like Germans with beer.
Yeah,
You know, Oktoberfest isn't a festival where people just intentionally go to get drunk. A lot of people are going literally to taste
beer.
new
Yeah,
beer. And that's confusing to Americans. They're like,
yeah.
wait, but it's a
They
festival
associate
about
alcohol
beer.
with getting drunk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So no, I get that completely. Like that makes
Mhm.
sense.
Yeah.
Because I've like you can see the things on Oktoberfest where they're like,
Mhm.
oh yeah, this year like we had this many incidents or whatever because drunk
Mhm.
college students, but they already expect people to get drunk.
Mhm.
But for the most of
And
it,
a lot of
it's
those people who are drunk and like causing problems, or a lot of them are like foreigners,
foreigners.
like
Yeah,
to, yeah, not Germans, like in Germany just partying. Americans, a lot of them probably.
yeah, you're probably right.
Americans, just like you said in Europe.
Americans.
Isn't it, well in America versus Europe, we have like a different view of alcohol and stuff. Like we associate with partying and like a forbidden thing in Europe. You know the whole thing like in Europe they have lower drinking ages because and it's like the whole cultural thing they talk about of like you know what I mean? They don't like
Yeah,
see it as valid. They expose to it for the young, so it's not a big forbidden deal to drink alcohol.
yeah, it's not this like dangerous thing, but I mean,
Yeah,
America doesn't exactly have the best history with alcohol.
true. Yeah,
We banned the fucking thing because we were scared of it.
yeah. It's unusual, but like you think of somewhere like say Italy, where like you just have like a glass of wine when you're eating dinner or something like that, and that's like when
Yeah,
you're young, even because it's normal, and it's like so it doesn't alcohol isn't like something like what is this like crazy party thing?
yeah,
It's just a drink.
and alcohol also has like because it's like wine or something. It also has like less of a connotation of like getting you absolutely plastered.
Yeah, you're not drinking like Jaeger bombs, or you're just drinking like a glass of red wine or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, it's still in America. We have churches like Roman Catholic churches. At the age of
Yeah,
like 16, you're able to take your first sip of sermon wine.
yeah. You know what's funny to me? Some like you know like some Protestants, not Catholics, they're like super against alcohol to the degree they use fucking Welch's for their communion. Like
Yeah,
really?
I know. It's super
My,
gross.
my friend who's Catholic makes fun
I
of that
think
so much. He's like, "That's the stupidest
mine
thing ever."
actually
Like, you
is
expect me to take my communion of fucking Welch's? Sorry, what was
What
that?
did you say, Cricket?
mine used grape juice. I don't know what brand.
So fucking
Oh
queer.
my
But they also
fucking
gave it out
god.
to the kids, so
Oh, okay, well, like little kids, whatever. But like, traditionally, once you like are because you're not when you're taking communal wine, you're not like taking
A
a
swig.
fucking
Yeah, it's
jar of yeah. You're just like you taking a little bit. It's the symbolic shit and
as
what
the
have you.
only person in this conversation who was Roman Catholic. Yeah,
Yeah, you're the one.
it's just a sip. It literally
Yeah,
it's not even enough to wet the back of your throat.
yeah. It's not getting you drunk.
And here's the thing, you
No.
only ever have to do it once. You never it's this weird conceived like notion in outside of the Roman Catholic community where it's like, they drink a like a glug of wine or whatever. No, it's this tiny, 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 tiny bit that
they're not gonna spring for that much wine.
Yeah,
it's
it's too fucking expensive.
well, not only that, our church actually was
Recommended
given
wine.
wine straight from Rome.
Yeah, it was like some like Sacramento wine isn't just normal wine. I don't think
Yeah,
it's
no,
like
it's
some
blessed.
special nature of it. What?
Some of it's blessed for
Yeah,
like sacred holidays like Easter and stuff like that.
yeah.
So
It's not in general. It's not always like just like a standard ass cup of wine. It's
yeah,
like it's like holy water isn't just water that's been blessed and
hmm
done shit with. But yeah, rituals.
it's a. I've said this before, but like I'm not a very religious person, but I do find Roman Roman Catholicism very interesting because
Yeah.
before I was before my dad got remarried, I didn't know what God was. I thought it was just like a thing that people said, like, "Oh my God."
Hmm.
I didn't know
Yeah.
it was a real thing. I
You understand the concept of religion.
yeah, I had no concept of religion or relation to it. So it was all new to me growing up.
Alrighty doody.
And so that's why I find it super interesting that like I grew up with a very open priest, a very open value in that church, that we could question stuff because he really was genuinely interested in us asking questions. And when I see people say like, "Oh no, you can't do that at my church," I'm like, "Why not?" He go,
We're having
"What?"
this whole deep conversation about religion. All I'm thinking about the whole time is this meme I saw the other day, where it was like a Tumblr post, and it had like a picture. It said the caption was like, "You idiots wake up early for Sunday morning every Sunday morning for church. I get months worth of worshiping done at once." And it's literally he has a bowl full of communion wafers, and he's pouring milk in it, like wine in it, like it's the milk, and he has a spoon. That was so funny.
I adore that, and I'm coming back. Are you ready for me?
Yeah, I'm ready. I'm screwing about, really.
Okay. Then I'll
Um,
come over and
yes.
see what you have done. I'm gonna walk there.
That was the funniest thing. It was like, yeah, and someone just the response, and it was like, I don't think it works that way.
That honestly is the best response to that. Is I don't think it works that way.
All right, let's see. I'm gonna walk through the old town and just look around. We've got the snowmen that have been set up here as our defenses.
Oh yeah, I haven't touched anything over here. I've been doing over there.
Yep. Oh, the pickled paw.
A pickled paw.
Actually, I should wait to go in there until after I find where you've been working.
Oh. I'm trying to replicate the in-game. I just realized that that's actually a good design for strapping down wood.
Yeah.
I never thought about that. I honestly never thought about that. That's actually a really good idea.
So
You guys
it's
enjoy the rest of the stream. I gotta head out and do a couple things
Yeah.
before I end the night. See you
okay.
around.
We're gonna be ending stream in like 10 minutes anyway.
Show this off. Show off one another's work. This tunnel needs to be cleaned up, but I like it already.
Hmm.
The pathing is nice and
So you're gonna have to go behind. As you can see, I cleared up all up here, so we have enough room to work now.
yep. I just haven't touched it because
No, I did it on purpose because you don't have that much. So I did all this.
oh god.
There's no more mountain behind, and there's my first part. I'm trying to replicate the classic style of Minecraft without
Ooh,
deviating so much. And then if you go in the back, I put a little basement.
the tainted barrel. Oh, this is nice.
It's just a tiny little potion shop. Nothing special about it. Just a little. I even used the green on the windows to make them look grimy.
You know, this is actually a functional villager like trading thing.
Yeah, I know.
If you set it up so it had the what is it called? If you had a bed down here
Mhm.
behind the counter,
Oh, no, I know. I was already planning on it. I was gonna
yeah,
put a little alcove like right there, behind,
with a little
underneath.
round bed or
Yeah,
something.
underneath the dirt.
Yeah,
Because if you go out front, you can see that there's a little hill made of dirt. Say, so
yeah,
put a little room underneath the stairs for him. And then I just replicated the little big buildings. I put a
nice.
lectern there so we can have a dude in here. His little bed. Nothing special. Like I said, literally trying to replicate Minecraft style without changing it too much.
Fancy.
And that's it. I mean, most of my time was obviously spent clearing all this out.
Yeah,
So now we have a workable small extra addition to the village now. We can start sending people over here and extend it so we have this massive village.
it's gonna be great.
Exactly. That's what my thought was. Like,
And I guess if that's the case, then I should show you around the town, or at least
yeah,
around.
show me around the town and show me what you guys did while I was gone. And then Take me to your leader, I guess, because I can see the rainbow.
The rainbow UFO. But we had set up this while we were just fucking about.
Yep.
But this, the pickled paw. Oh, he got out.
Yep.
We've got just a whole boarding house here.
I see that. With a
Just-
name like the Pickled Paw, I think it'd be like a cat orphanage.
Honestly, there was just so many cats around this area. Like,
That's why I thought like a cat orphanage.
they just sort of exploded out. It's everywhere.
That's cool.
So it's just this horrible, nasty, like...
Yeah, I like it. Kind of has like this butterfly effect to it where it kind of looks like a butterfly.
yeah.
You did not notice that?
I did not.
Now you can't unsee it. The hell is this? Arthur Blocky Memorial.
Uh-huh.
Oh.
There's some random stuff hidden about.
Oh, okay.
I don't want you to see all of that all right now.
Ah. I was thinking you were going to tear down some of my stuff.
No, I'm making it a separate thing so that way we can have multiple structures that we can work through and figure stuff out.
Oh.
And the entrance right now is through the top.
It's through the top.
Just because I want to set it up so it's literally a spawn.
Ah.
This is where you would be.
Oh.
It's just I have that opened up.
That's very, very cool. I like that. That's. Let's go on. Come on. I want to see more.
So I had the idea of it being Krikitts' ship.
Oh, okay.
With people warping in and then coming through here. And then we'd have like mentions of different people on each of these sort of stands.
Mm-hmm.
Sort of just as placeholder statuettes.
Yeah, obviously.
Over there is the rule room. Oh fuck! I did not think of that.
How are we gonna? We can command block it. I think.
Yeah, I'll just get.
You can command block it later.
I can,
So you
but
can
for
keep the
now,
aesthetic.
that's gonna annoy the piss out of me.
Oh.
But we've got the rules room here. I would want to use the warp sign because it's blue wood and it's waterproof. And so we'll have this here. Kids will definitely run into the lava to kill themselves, but I figure it's not a big deal.
Well, also, again, on spawn, you can actually put safety, so you don't have to.
And we do have all of these too, so we can give people things like regeneration and fire resist.
Yeah, exactly.
And then I had the idea of having random teleport as a thing that's a regular command, or maybe at the very end we'll set up a... Gotta do this again. Yeah.
Or we can have it put into the server itself. Because remember, there's a bunch of stuff we still have to...
And if there's some special locations that we want people to be able to go to, then you just warp to it.
Oh, okay. Oh, that could work. You have command block locations, so you could set this, like, these to be like, bam, teleport me to there.
Yep.
You could do that without a doubt.
That's exactly my plan. If you're up for that, depending on things like somebody sets up a town and it's like, okay, we've got this many slots.
Yeah, that could work. Yeah, because we did say before, like, we wanted to have people own their own villages if they want to, running their own towns, their own businesses, and everything, and essentially for role play, obviously. But if you want to,
I have these just because we could easily use World Edit to copy this thing and then add an extension.
Yeah. This is cool. You know what this was reminding me of, honestly? Remember the original TARDIS mod?
Yeah.
This has heavy TARDIS mod
it is
vibes.
I spent way too much time on creative mode on my own, just playing with different designs. I already see some problems. Like I don't know if you noticed, but I used inside of these two side rooms, I used the warped wood.
Yeah.
In there, and it just causes you to bump upwards and downwards annoyingly. And then the crimson fence is used on the other side. And then I'm using red nether brick in the rules room.
That's not that bad. It
The
gives
idea
it
being that
gives an
it's like
authentic
you can
feel.
see the wires underneath the metal plating.
Yeah, it kind of gives you an authentic feel of like you're in a spaceship. So
Okay. I wasn't sure if it was that great of an idea.
yeah, I like it. I like going up and down. It just boom, 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 boom. I like it.
And then literally the idea would be probably underneath the ship. This is an idea me and Takosa Kitty had been talking about.
Yeah, yeah.
Imagine the idea of the spawn underneath the ship. Like when you teleport down, if you decide, I just want to come down right under the ship,
Oh,
that's a ruin.
it is.
With the sort of canon of the setting being Krikitts' ship comes over to this place and is like, what the fuck happened here? Okay, we're hiring out some folks. Okay, here you go, guys. Go ahead. Try and figure out what's going on here.
Krikitts' ship is this giant thing, and eventually we're gonna have to put Hobo's thing in somewhere.
Oh yeah, no, that has to go there. We need to get cosmonauts a ship. We are Kitty's making stuff already. She has full creative. She is there is stuff out there already.
I gave her full-on permission. She's a super moderator.
She was not opt though, and she could not opt herself.
Did you opt her?
I have not yet. I wanted to wait until I made you aware of this, so you didn't panic or whatever.
I don't care. I made her a super moderator for a reason. I thought that automatically gave her OP status.
Okay. I'll take care of that after this.
This is cool. Much cooler than my gross Zordon looking room.
I was honestly, I saw what you were going for, and that's why I kind of tried to stick with the palette. But I kind of just went off the rails.
Yeah, no, it's dude, I don't care. You know that your designs are 100 times better than me. I'm the survival guy, you're the creative person. This is why I'm a writer and you're an artist. You can make it visually appealing. I can do the other things.
Right. Well, we've got those. We've got these, as I said. You can imagine like a player model sort of statue, just sort of like
VIPs of the server and whatnot. Oh,
VIPs, honorable names of different folks.
Quickly. Where is the exit, real quick? Because I wanted to show you something.
It would be the hole in the entrance roof.
Miner taught me. You probably already know this, but this was. Oh yeah, that's it right there. Quickly, I'm just gonna go over here and do it. You probably already know about this, but I just learned it. How to use the banners to create pillows on things.
Oh, you mean this?
You push it down with a piston. I wanted to see how to do it. I was gonna try and do it earlier, but I didn't. Oh, sorry. I was replacing the...
It's fine. Let's see. I'm just kind of fucking about now to figure this out.
Yeah, he basically said you can use a piston to push down a thing either into it or onto.
Oh. I guess I'm doing it this way.
And he was showing me how like it can actually be like that. And then it can. I guess you can't use a sticky piston, obviously.
Yeah, no. There you go.
But something like that, yeah. So we can have little pillows and you can decorate the server without it taking up too much. You can even use it on beds and stuff.
Yep. And
Obviously, it'd be the flag would be down. But yeah, that's a really it turned it black.
I can fix this.
But yeah, I didn't know you could do that, and that makes it have a creative touch to it that we can actually
Oh, actually, here, let me do this then to show you something else. Let me get an armor stand and a turtle scoot. Actually, no, I'm going to use the leather cap. That'll look nice. And be safe for the environment.
Yeah, he was
Alright,
showing me a whole bunch of weird things.
What color do you want? What color?
Purple.
Okay.
I'm hobo and purple.
Bright purple or dark purple?
Dark.
Fuck, I need a crafting table.
Just do light purple then.
Alright, survival inventory. Oh, yeah, that's the problem. I can't
What, you need purple?
use. I don't have a crafting menu at the moment. There.
All right.
Now let's see if this works. Let me grab this again. I shouldn't have gotten rid of that.
Careful of your redstone.
There's no redstone to worry about.
What?
Oh. Okay, wait a second.
So basically, you're forcing blocks to exist where they don't need to be, right?
Yeah, basically.
That's interesting.
But what I would do is I would actually put this on top of a half slab, since it's an entity.
Yeah.
It's not a actual body.
That kind of looks like a captain's chair.
Yeah.
I have no idea what I'm gonna do with this. It was mostly just me fucking about with pieces I don't use.
Well, once we have world edit and that, we can just
Do
we
something
can
with it.
move this around. We can change it around. It honestly looks really nice, and I would love to see it turned into like a Greek amphitheater looking. Like smooth out these roofs and give them some nice stair stepping.
Ooh. You know what we could do? We could hide this in the world underwater.
I would love that.
Just a random place in the ocean for players to find. And if they come across it, maybe we gift them a special thing on the server.
Now, what I would do is I'd make it so there's a mob that spawns rarely there that you have to kill, and then that has the item.
Well, yeah, it's the same idea.
Yeah. It's like you just get like a special turtle scoop or something.
Yeah, you get something special to commemorate the fact that you found it. That'd be cool. What a cool little thing. I so far I like how we're coming along with this. We're taking our time with it. Like I said, I still want to have you and I adventure-wise bum rush the end dragon eventually, just to get that crap out of the way for the server's sake, not for us at any advantage. Just as soon as the server has spawned it in, we don't have to worry about it fucking doing it again.
Though, to be fair, we'll probably want to respawn it at some point.
No, we obviously do like a monthly reset of it, but that's also part of the plan there. You and
Yeah.
I would have to be you and I and a group of people would have to be the first ones in to make sure that it's working properly. And that would be my thing. I want to make sure that everything's working on the server before we go live with everyone else. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Why I still want to do that, and I want to get shulker boxes for us because these are cool. Plus, they're cool to say. Come on, you know they are.
Yes.
You know
I
you
can't
want to
wait
say.
for them to actually do that update. Anyways,
Dude, what
there's this,
update?
and we do have the completed Nether portal down there.
Yeah, I saw it. Who completed it?
Kazara.
Ah, of course you did.
There's traps.
There's traps.
There's things out there, and it
There
is going to be dangerous.
Is there wild things out there?
I wish that was where the wild things were.
It took you a second. You got there.
I knew exactly what you were referencing. I was like, how do I put this without going completely contemptuous?
How do these red vines work? I have no idea.
They grow upwards.
Okay.
I know one grows upwards and the other grows downwards.
Alright. Well, either which way. Thank you for watching. If you're still here, or if you watch the VOD. Thank you so much. We're live every Wednesday with the RBPCraft, and we'll be creating the server inch by inch.
As we flip between making progress.
And
this was just
adventuring.
a server progress day.
Yeah.
While physical progress is in there.
Yeah.
In our home.
There's a lot to be finished. So that's why the creative mode thing was taken. You know, we love we also take the bad with it. We destroy all of our items.
Yeah.
That's
hey, I wonder if my things are still down there.
I'll check real quick. I don't think so.
Whee! Nope, that's gone.
You know, I've never actually explored this tunnel, so I'm not going to.
I did.
Yeah, I know. I remember. The first day of the stream was you dying 1,000 times. And that's it for today. Oh, by the way, I also did this to the main base. It was only slightly annoying me, but I did that to make a nice little covered roof. It just feels more natural than just the like little slats in between, and I'm like,
I was gonna have an actual full covered roof over it, but
well, I figured eventually. I just for right now, at least this was
the hell out of you.
This was just at least I'm not getting rained on. Because I was standing like right here, and the rain just kept hitting me, and I was like, "Fucking, god damn it!"
The next thing, once I'm back to normal on here, what we need is an actual farm. Even just like a starter farm until I dig down deeper.
But yeah. So I love your spaceship. What do you think about my like trying to keep the Minecraft aesthetic without changing?
It's lovely.
I just want to.
I'm mortified by creepers because this place is just like there's creepers everywhere.
But yeah, this is just I wanted to keep the simple Minecraft look with the creepers are just trying to crawl up inside that building. Yo, your bees are going crazy, by the way. It spawned more, and they're like all over.
Oh yeah, I know.
I do.
In fact, since I'm here, this is just because I want to have it for the aesthetic. Where is?
This is all created in adventure or survival, right?
What? Yeah, I made this.
This is all survival.
Survival so far. The only thing it's just tedious to get the honeycomb blocks.
Yeah. Because they will murderate you.
Yep.
Although I find it funny that like they're kind of like stupid because
Oh, they are.
you can take
Look at
the
this guy. Look at this guy, for example. Just go. There you go.
you can take their honey, run away, and if you get far enough, they kind of just forgive you.
They just kind of forget you existed.
I also did this for you, by the way, over here. Little stairs.
Yeah, I saw that.
Little stairs.
That'll
So
be
this,
handy once we actually have more stuff over there.
yeah, this way you could just come up here to your bee destruction. But yeah, I mean, we didn't make a lot of progress today, but I think it's coming together. Everything is coming together. I'm working on this next place right here, which is going to be well, not 100% on what it's going to be. I was thinking about a fishery, but wait, what's the proper wording for a fishery again? God damn it.
I don't remember.
You know it too, though, right? Like, there's a special word for a kind of fishery, and I can't fucking think of it. Any which way. Thank you for joining us. We'll see you next time. Bye.
Goodbye.
My PC didn't crap out on me today.
Yeah. All right, let me quickly.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
If Twitch Studio would load for me. Because it's not loading.
There we go. Exit stream.
There we go. And
yes, I know it is trash night. We